Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. We are convening this morning, waiting for the sentencing of Chad Guy Daybell. And we have a new addition to our stream this morning. Let me know if you spy with your little eye the new addition to our stream. Happy Friday, y'all. We are live again at 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time. If you would like to join us, we're going to be going over the first interview of Katie and Chris Proudfoot, if we dare. Good morning, everyone. Get your coffee and get cozy. We're going to have to hear some victim impact statements, which might be difficult to hear, but we did. I believe we heard those in Lori's. I don't even remember now. Y'all see the puppy? You see Rue. Rue has joined us. She's hanging up out there with the wheel. She's hanging out today. Bad guy Daybell. What's up, Rachel? What's up, Angie and One-Eyed Flo and Potato? Miss Kendi, good to see you. So I don't know who's going to be giving victim impact statements today. I wonder if Larry and Kay. Larry and Kay probably. Who else would there be? Thank you, guys. Isn't she cute? I'm working on getting Bella up there, too. So Bella can watch with us. Well, Judge Boyce just opened up the courtroom. What's up, Misty? Good morning, Pomegranate. Good morning, Carrie. Good to see you. Jazz says it's a sad day in Minnesota. Why is that? What happened in Minnesota? Oh, Annie Cushing? Why would she, though? Why would Annie Cushing have one? Wasn't she part of, isn't she Joe Ryan's sister? I'm not. Annie Cushing, why would she testify? Or why would she have a statement? Hey, Cheryl. Good to see you, lovely Auntie Cheryl. Oh, she is. I did not know that, Jubes. How did I not know that? I keep forgetting. Oh my God, all these husbands. You're right. She is Tylee's aunt. Wow. There's so many damn tentacles of family members and husbands. I didn't know she was Tylee's advocate, though. Hey, Sarah Bell. Welcome in. I'm glad you're here, too. I forgot about her being Tylee's aunt. I just always think of her as Joe's sister. I'm sorry. Hi, Sherry. Good morning. Angie B. So, yeah, it's supposed to start in about 4 minutes, guys. I've got my coffee and my Bridgerton toffee creamer. I had no idea that Bridgerton was a show on Netflix. Learn something new every day. But if you're at Aldi and you see the Bridgerton creamer, I highly suggest picking some up. It is very delectable. Good morning. Happy Friday. One-eyed Flo, it is just like every other case, it seems like. Brian Koberger's, too. I just can't believe Chad's kids all believe him. It's so weird to me. Like, how can they be that brainwashed and Tammy wasn't? Or was Tammy? You know? It looks like T-Rev did a live studio session. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. I had to let my dog in. We are still waiting. Let me get our chat pinned here. I really hope that someone has a really, really, like a victim impact statement that just really tells him off. All right, let's get your chats pulled up here. Is it a beautiful day in the D? Nice. So it's not cold in the D today? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Jess. Thanks for coming in this morning. Good to see you. Anyways, I was saying the Bridgerton. I did not know that was a show. I thought it was just a type of English toffee, and I was being bougie by having it. Oh, well, my dog started barking because some dude walked up, and he's like, "You shouldn't have your dog tethered out here. I'm going to tell Bob." And that's like, that's like the manager of our community. I'm going to tell Bob. I was like, okay. 70s and sunny. Wow, that's really nice. Don't you know? I have no idea what you Brits are talking about. It's cold in the Shire. It's so cold in the Shire. It rains every day. Hey, Stasia Hart, what's up? Oh my gosh. One-Eyed Flo got up this morning and it was 37. Yikes. On May 31st? What's going to be the temperature during the day, Flo? Cold. I can't imagine being cold right now. Let me know or I'll let you know what the temperature is here. Hold on, let me look. It's hot. It has been so hot. Right now at 10:30 in the morning, it's 87. Feels like 93 already. Or feels like 92, sorry. 87 feels like 92 in Florida. At 10:30. Imagine what it's going to be like at 3 or 4 or 5. It's going to be hot. 60s. That actually sounds too cold, actually. Yeah, I'll take 70s. Detroit sounds nice today. Paula says we have sunshine after 3 days of rain and wind. 15 degrees here. Is that Celsius, Paula? I hope. I hope. Franny says she could never live in Florida. Too hot. Good morning, SL. Jazz says it's 61. 61's nice, like 60s, 70s. My Three Rosebud says it's going to be 105 today in Phoenix. Ginger, I'm in Clearwater, so I don't know where you are, but you would be Potato. You would be like all the other Brits that come here. Except I would supply you with like SPF, like 80. I'd have you in SPF 80 and under an umbrella. That's how I would do you here. Where's our chat highlights? There it is. Y'all, I'm still recovering from last night's live stream. Seth's interview. There was some good nuggets in there, I gotta say. I feel like there were some good questions asked that we hadn't heard before. Did you guys watch that last night? Did you guys watch Seth Rogers on Bullhorn Betty with TikTok Tony? If so, what'd you guys think? Happy Friday, Helen. Welcome in. Ginger, you're in Sarasota. Okay, so yeah, not too far at all. You've only had your air conditioning on once? Oh my gosh. Angie B says she caught up on it this morning. Debbie. You guys have to hey Turtle Madness, you guys have to wear sunscreen for sure. You were catching up this morning, yeah. Yeah, Jazz. Jazz says I didn't like Seth wanting Julia come to my house. It reminded me of what he said with Trevor Lee. It reminded me of what he said to Trevor Lee. Come to my house, boy. I'll show you what a real man does. Blit. Yeah, well, I can tell you what. I texted Jules and I was like, are you watching this? And she's like, I don't want him anywhere near me. Nowhere near me. He has not reached out to her since her Facebook got hacked or got hosed and she lost all of her business stuff on Facebook. That's the last time she heard from him. Yeah. You know, T-Walk, she had the baby voice on last night. Yeah, come to my house. It's like, no. Lucy, what did Chad do? First time I heard of him? Oh, wow. Well, he was convicted yesterday of murder, so. Bridget Blaine says, what I got out of Seth interview is that it's his belief theory that Katie knows what's happened to Sebastian and that she may be responsible. Aw, Ginger, that's sweet. Yeah, you should email me. And he did again. He did again say his mom and dad's. So it makes me wonder if Seth did not succumb to the fact that Chris was dad. Because I've heard him numerous times say his mom and dad's house. And he did it again last night. 3 months after Sebastian's been missing, he's still messing up and saying his mom and dad's house. Yep, that's what I got too, Potato. There's no proof he ever left that house. And everyone is still a suspect. Hey, Teresa. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's weird. And Julia was just like, I don't want him to know. I don't want anything to do with him, basically. And she didn't say that TBI was giving her info. She just said that she was in contact with Agent Simmons and that he knew where she was at. Like, she's not going places and nobody knows where she's at. Agent Simmons knows where she's at from the TBI. Good morning, Katie. Good to see ya. Good morning, Roberta. Cheryl T is not a fan of Steph. Oh yeah, she was all hussied up yet last night, wasn't she? Potato says, but I personally don't think Seth had anything to do with Sebastian being missing. Wow, you have solar AC? How does that work out for you? I'm thinking I'm going to have to get a window air because my house, y'all, yesterday my house got up to 80 degrees. And it sat there at 80 degrees. And I was like, oh, hell no. I can't go through this all summer. No, I don't know when Julie is going to be doing another live stream, but I am in the works of setting one up with her and another law enforcement officer. And we're going to have them both on. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. And SW has some really good advice. When you get creeper vibes, listen to them always. Don't ignore them and think, oh my God, I'm so rude for thinking this about this person. If you get a vibe that tells you something's off, there's a reason for it. You're not going to get a vibe for no reason. You're just not. You're just not. Those vibes are not to be ignored. They're not. That's one thing that I've learned in my 50 years on this earth is that you do not ignore your gut feeling. It was supposed to start 12 minutes ago. Do not ignore your gut feeling, folks. Even if it's just a little tug at your gut, like listen to it and then analyze it, like be like, why am I feeling that? Like, what's going on here? Something, it's your cue that something's not right. Because only you know you. And we've for so long ignored our own self telling us that something is wrong. And because of, being rude or being judgmental or being politically correct, we ignore those gut instincts. And I think we have to learn to not do that. It's so true. It's so true, Meredith. It's such a good thing to remember. Because I think we get complacent and we ignore them because we're in, societal positions where, we have to be polite or we have to deal with people. And we've been taught that it's rude to judge and stuff like that. But, dude, if you get a bad feeling, your life, your kid's life, and everything else is way more important than being rude or shunning someone. You know what I mean? It is so true, Potato. Even when you know your gut instinct is probably right, you still try to ignore it. It's like your gut instinct and your brain can work against each other. What you want emotionally may not be what your gut is telling you what's right for you. And that's where a lot of us get in effed up situations, right? Because we don't listen to our gut, we listen to our heart and our emotions. And you know what else? We do the same thing when we watch people online. A lot of us get a feeling or we get a vibe when we watch someone even talk. And we watch their body movement and the words they say. And it's okay to feel the way that you do. And that's what I think we need to stop, is that thinking that we can't voice what our inner gut tells us. We can voice all day long our emotions. But when I get a vibe, I'm no longer ignoring it. Cuz it's usually right, right? Even if you don't want to believe it is. Yep, that's your warning indicators and we ignore them too much. So, I think it's just nice reminder to be aware of your gut feeling and why you're getting those. Katie S. Seth had me always in a guarded place. I don't feel he's on the up and up. And of the three of them, he is on the bottom of the list. I still feel KP is the prime suspect and that CP is in on what happened. Right. Yep, I feel that way too. But there's a reason that he is not getting those CPS records, and that's what I don't like. I don't care for that fact because I feel like he must be listed in them if he's not getting them, and that I don't like. And do you ever think that people, I mean, and I attract the same kind of people. I think it's just the level of empathy and things that we have for people. We think we can help them to be a better person, and we can't. You can never make someone something that they aren't already. Meredith, that's the best way to be. The older I get, the smaller my circle has become. Jazz says, I feel for Sebastian. It sounded like he was always alone at Seth's house. He was alone overnight. He talked about it last night. Imagine this. Imagine you, hey, Rebecca, imagine you being at your dad's house. I don't know how old he was when this went down, maybe in the last few years, 13, 14 years old, maybe. Imagine going to your dad's house and he's gone all night and he can't have his phone. You saw freaking Chris. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something just hit me. Did he say that while Sebastian was alone, that at night that he would check his phone? I'm going to have to re-listen to that because he worked nights and he said that Sebastian would be at home. Now, remind me, did he say that he would check his phone throughout the night to check on him? I can't remember. Alone with a freaking PlayStation, right? But did he say that? Because if he could check on his phone for that, why did he not see his phone until 7 a.m.? I'm confused. I just can't remember if he said that. We are your circle, Jess. It's a dot. It's like a literal dot. Well, I think so too, especially if he had school the next day, right? Or did he just have him on the weekend? I'm so confused. Why would he take the kid when he had to work overnights? Thanks, Katie. He did say something about checking his phone. He would call him during the night. Is that what he said? That's interesting, electronic medium. I hope you're doing good. I doubt death if they can't prove between Chad or Alex who did what. But they did convict him of murder of the kids. So you are, Cheryl. You have really good intuition and you also have life experience. And with life experience comes good intuition. I need some more coffee. My tea's gone cold. I don't think he was as autistic as they would like us to believe either. I think that's a whole farce as well. I think he was more normal than not. He had him every other weekend and holidays. But why would you have him on weekends when you have to work? Why wouldn't you have him on your days off? That's weird to me. Wisdom and knowledge, exactly, Meredith. I do follow some of the news up there, yep. I try to follow as much as I can. It's just been crazy lately. Hey, Julie, welcome in. I'm just kidding. It's coffee. He could go to his car to call him and check on him throughout his shift. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, how could he call him if he needed help? Like, he didn't have him on school days. Right, like, why did he even have him? Did Katie and Chris just want to get rid of him for a day? Weird. Exactly, Cricket. Cricket, how was this going to work with Seth having him all the time? And then you heard him say, when I was in California, I was going to school full time and I was working full time and Katie was deployed. Who was taking care of Sebastian while he was working full time and going to school full time? And if he was working and going to school full time, why didn't he have any money when they got divorced? Why did he have to live in his car? I'm just wondering. Right. It's not about flexibility. I mean, I get that. Whatever. I mean, why wouldn't you work your visitations around your work schedule, though? I get that maybe his work didn't want to work around his kids' visits, but why didn't he work his kids' visits around his work schedule? That's usually what people do. What's the point of having him there if you're working all night and then you're going to be up all night working and then you're probably going to sleep all day? What's Sebastian doing? What's he doing that whole time? Fending for himself? I mean, is this why the only stories that Seth has are from California? He doesn't have any recent stories about his son. Everything's back in California. Dude, he ain't been in California since 2016 when Katie divorced him. And then he was asked, do you think it's weird that he went missing, or is it true that he went missing on the day that you filed for divorce in 2016? And he says, oh, I don't even know. Is that the date? I'd have to get my my papers out. He knows, because then he went on to say that that was the worst damn day of his life. And now he says Katie has managed to give him 2 worst days of his life. He said the first worst day of his life was when she filed for divorce. So you mean to tell me he doesn't remember the date that she filed? He doesn't remember what date Katie Proudfoot filed, but it ruined his fucking life. I'm calling bullshit on that. I'm calling bullshit on that. 15 or not, you shouldn't be home alone all the time. 15-year-olds still need guidance and structure. How is he providing structure when he's gone? Right. My question again, where are the current pictures from holidays or birthdays recently? He's 15, not 8. Susiana, him being alone, IDT. I don't know what IDT means. Oh, I don't think him being alone was a regular thing. Well, he came home after school when Katie was at work and stayed home for a few hours before she got home. I guess it depends on how the divorce affected you. And if you're still sitting here 8 years later crying on Jennifer Coffindaffer's panel about your wedding and your ex-wife, it tells me that you're still hung up on her. And he said that was the day Katie Proudfoot ruined his life. That was the first time. She ruined his life the second time on 2/26/2024. And he's like, I don't know. I'd have to get out my paperwork to see when she filed. $15, $13, $8. You still need to keep an eye on what the fuck your kid's doing, especially all night long. No kids should be up playing them damn games all night long with no one home at 15. Mm-mm. We'll talk about it more today at 3:00 when we cover Chris and Katie's first interview. We'll go over that. Exactly. Katie, it's been 5 years. It's been, well, since the end of 2018. This is my 6th year. I'm going on my 6th year, actually. He didn't date for 7 years. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah. What's the truth? What's the truth? Remember, he said, excuse me, Chris said that when him and Katie, quote, got home one day, Sebastian was in a neighbor's yard. Sebastian was in a neighbor's yard. Is that when he was hiding on the 16th of January and made that video? Because 2 days later, we have a deposition. We have several depositions in Nina and Faith and Chris Proudfoot's case. Katie Proudfoot's doing a deposition on either the 17th or 18th of January. 2 days after that video of Sebastian allegedly hiding underneath something. Well, a lot of people, Bonnie, are hurt by divorces, but 8 years later to still be crying about it, and now your son goes missing on the same day that she filed for divorce from you? I don't like it. If anybody's not going to remember the date that they filed, it's going to be Katie. Because Katie's the one that filed, which means she's the one that wanted it. So when you're the one that wants it, you don't really remember the date because you're just done. But when you don't want it and it's going to fuck up your life because you've been sitting on your ass and you don't have any money, and if she moves out, your gravy train goes away, because she was supporting the family with insurance, income, and everything else. And this dude had one job: to stay clothed, keep his hands off his kid, make sure he's fed, make sure he's cared for. And he couldn't even do that because his child was seen by neighbors, which are witnesses, neighbors, wandering out of the apartment hungry, looking for his dad. Okay? He had one fucking job. Katie's deployed. She's doing this military thing, which is not easy. Is not easy, but she did it. And she probably did it to get the fuck out of his grips, if I'm being honest. And then she gets into the military and she realizes, I've been groomed my whole life. Yeah, he was homeless after the divorce because he didn't work. I worked full time and went to school full time. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Mm-mm. Even Streamlabs thinks it's icky. Yep. I think you're right, Cricket. She said, I said it from day one. Seth spoke, a scorned man who is jealous of Katie, and he's jealous of Chris. Chris and Katie knew they would be the perfect. Chris and, I don't know what that means, knew they would be the perfect target to blame. Chris and who? Oh, they did, Bonnie, for sure. For sure they did. He wouldn't be missing if they didn't. They all had one job. They all had one job. And if Seth Rogers is listed in those CPS records as doing anything to Sebastian, it's not good. Because we all think Chris Proudfoot had motive, right? To get rid of Sebastian so he could have faith. And you know what was fucked up is I was watching that chat last night in Bullhorn Betty's, and there were people in there calling Katie lazy. And I thought, you know what? People have no damn respect anymore. Because we don't know. No one's cleared. Not even everybody's little Seth teddy bear that they love to just love him. They love to love Seth Rogers. And I don't know why, because he's even scarier, because with Chris Proudfoot, what you see is what you get. He tells you straight up what he does and what he thinks. This man tries to trick you. He puts on the tears and the emotion, fake tears. He's never had a tear fall that he's had to wipe. Ever. And I've watched, and I'm not just trying to be unfair. But something ain't right.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
And we don't know if Seth was still like obsessed with Katie, wanting to see her, wanting to be around her, wanting to talk to her. You have to remember, he started in on her when she was 14. He was a grown-ass 22-year-old man. Fast forward 5 years. She's 19. He's 27. Or whatever. I can't math. He would be, 27. But when she was 14, she got in the military. She was like, what the fuck? Then she meets Chris. If you're Katie, would you not think this is a knight in shining armor compared to what I've had? But they were calling her lazy. Lazy. Because he was saying, I was a stay-at-home dad that did everything. Dude, your wife was in the military. And like all these people are like, yeah, because Katie's lazy. No. I mean, you might be able to say a lot of things about Katie, but let's be fair. She ain't lazy. No one who goes in the military and gets through it is lazy. No one who supports their family is lazy. But I'll tell you who is lazy. The one who couldn't hold the fort down at home. That's lazy. Dude, it's easy to stay at home with a baby. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. He should have been blessed and felt so blessed that he could stay home with his child. I know. He doesn't have social media, though. I don't have Facebook, though. I'm not on there. He was asked if he has TikTok last night. He said no. I beg to differ. Harley guy. Yeah, that's the age gap. No one asks him about that, though. We all tiptoe around it. We'll talk about all these guys grooming. We'll watch Grady Judd bust 200 Seth Rogers who are grooming underage girls. And we will applaud their arrest. And we will say they are shitbags and everything else. But we find out that Seth Rogers groomed Katie Proudfoot. And we applaud him as a big teddy bear. Nope. Nope.
Directly off.
It's gross. Someone like that comes around my 14-year-old. Get the fuck on out of here. Nope. You'll be going to the damn big house clinker. And that's all I got to say. Too bad Katie didn't have someone looking out for her because she was failed.
Going to the clinker, the big house.
Cricket, I did, but people fuck with audio. I can't believe that shit anymore unless I hear it like original. You know what I mean? What is eastbound and down? I don't even know what that is. I heard him say that, but I'm like, yeah, it's gross. I mean, we sit there and watch Grady Judd. We can't wait for Grady Judd to bust Seth's men who are grooming on little girls online. But we find out that he did this to Katie Proudfoot, and we go, oh, my grandma and my grandpa got married when they were 12 and 22. No, this isn't your grandma and grandpa. It's gross, man. It's gross. Ugh. You just can't ignore certain things because your emotions won't let you. Because your emotions don't want to think that both parents are pieces of shit. And that's the problem. That's so hypocritical. I love Grady too. But he busts people that are grooming on our young girls and boys. He doesn't applaud them. He doesn't send them cash apps. He doesn't send them GoFundMe money. Are you fucking kidding me? Just because he's not convicted of it doesn't mean anything. Usually the ones that aren't convicted of it are the scarier ones, right? Because they haven't been caught yet. Good morning, Melly, and good morning, Tanya. I'm going to go grab some coffee. But, you know, I think that Seth and Chris Proudfoot both listen to scanners. And I don't know if it would be a walkie-talkie. I don't know many people who use walkie-talkies anymore when you have cell phones. Who the fuck's going to use a walkie-talkie? Like, you'll get a burner phone and just use that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to use a walkie-talkie. That just seems weird to me. But yeah, exactly. A 22-year-old hanging around my 14-year-old. Get the fuck out of here. You're going to be in the clinker because you're not going to fuck with my daughter like that. Like, it's sad. And what we should be talking about is the fact that no one protected Katie when she was a child. No one protected her. And then we fast forward and no one protects her kid. It's generations repeating themselves again. Katie could have very well ended up missing as well. What if Katie would have ran away? What if Katie would have ran away? Would anybody blame her? I mean, put a 1 in chat if you'd be cool with Seth Rogers at 22 having relations with your daughter. Put a 1 if you would be cool with that and be like, oh my God, when's the wedding? I mean, it defies logic. Eastbound and Down song is. Let me look up the lyrics. I'm going to get some coffee, but hold on. Let me pull up these lyrics and we'll read them when we get back. And why isn't this sentencing starting? What the heck's going on? Was that a song or a movie? From Smokey and the Bandit? Oh, yeah, I'm sure Sebastian loved that. Jerry Reed, Eastbound and Down. Oh, Jesus Christ. Eastbound and Down by Jerry Reed, a song about letting it all hang out when you've got a run to make. What? Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. What we gonna do? What they say can't be done. We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound. Just watch old Bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal. Son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out because we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta and there's beer in Texarkana. And we'll bring it back no matter what it takes. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Old Smokey's got them ears on. He's hot on your tail. And he ain't going to rest till you're in jail. So you got to dodge him and you got to duck him. You got to keep that diesel trucking. Just put that hammer down and give it hell. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Flobo. She says she loves a good J-Rant. Damn. Thank you, Flobo. We are here for the kids, man. Thank you so much, Flo. You are amazing. Flo came in really friggin' hot today.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
This is for you, Flo. Turkeys. Court's late because Chad tried opening a portal. It's a movie. Played that at my brother's funeral. He was a trucker. Interesting, Flo. But is it just like because it's from Smokey and the Bandit, or like what's the deal? Thank you so much, Flo. You're so generous and sweet. All right, so the movie, let me see. I've never heard of this shit. Is it Smokey and the Bandit? Oh, wait, hold on. This is a comedy? Self-destructive favor. Okay. Eastbound and Down is a comedy series that follows, I don't know if this is the right show, follows Kenny Powers, a former Major League Baseball pitcher who returns to his hometown of Shelby, North Carolina after his career declines. Kenny's substance abuse and self-destructive behavior, Seth, have ended his baseball career, and he's forced to move in with his brother and take a job as a substitute physical education teacher at his old middle school to make ends meet. Kenny is disappointed to find out that he doesn't receive the respect and admiration he expected, but he soon gets another chance at big league stardom when he travels to Mexico. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, MM. Who's M Blanc? What did M? Hey, Lip Lock. Lip Lock says I actually used to perform that song. I'm not stating her parenting skills are the best, but she's been through hell. Yeah, absolutely. 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 M Blanc. Jay's not doing that. I didn't see M Blanc. Oh, stop using her past as an excuse. I went through hell as a child. My mother let her boyfriend beat me into a coma when I was 2.5. I would never hurt my children. I'm not excusing anything current day. Okay. What I'm stating is the facts that she was in an abusive household where 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 of her family members were convicted and are registered RSOs. 3. Can you imagine your sister, your stepfather, and your mother all being arrested for SA, and you're removed from the home at 12? And then you're removed from the home. God knows where the fuck she goes, because foster homes are not always rainbows and butterflies. Because while she was in a foster home, under God knows whose care, she's getting groomed by a 22-year-old man. And the foster home was not aware of this. So there's a lot of people at fault here for why people turn out the way they do and don't get help. She was fucking abused and then put in foster home and still abused, in my opinion, allegedly. So where do you Patrick, thank you so much for your donation yesterday. I didn't see that. And I saw it last night and I was like, oh my God, I didn't thank Patrick. Patrick, I'm so glad you're here and thank you so much, guy. I'm really appreciative. But what I'm saying is she wasn't even helped when they got her out of the household. So she goes into some foster care or something and then she's allowed to be groomed by a grown man. It's just like, then we expect her to have a child and raise it normally? It just doesn't make sense. Like, we should have, like, we got to do better. Like, if she was that abused, we can't just ignore it and say, oh, well, she's an adult now. Like, I was too, and I didn't do that. Everybody's a different person. And then for all intents and purposes, it looks like she married into the Proudfoot Bowersox family who are controlling as fuck. Has Katie ever felt independent? Truly independent? I don't know. And I'm not talking about the events that led up to 2/26/2024, but everything that happened before that is important. And it's just such a perfect example of a failure. And then we throw a baby in her hands at 19 years old and expect her to be a good mom. How does that happen? She probably left because she was like, I don't even know what to do in this situation. Maybe she felt Sebastian was safer without her there because she didn't know what to do. I don't know. We don't know these people. And I don't know how y'all can be so, Patrick, I thanked you for your donation yesterday. I didn't see it yesterday and I felt so bad when I saw it last night. I mean, if you want to stop this happening to kids, you've got to go back further. Like, this stuff doesn't just happen out of the blue. This stuff doesn't happen out of the blue. Like, oh my God, one day they just become bad parents and boom, this happens. Look at all of the years and events that led up to this outcome. I'm so glad you were able to get through it too, Blanc. I don't want to hear about it happening to anyone. But everybody's experience is different. You know what I mean? And then she has a special needs child on top of it all. Whoa. Like, I would have been so overwhelmed with that. And I was raised by parents who were never divorced. They were married 65 some odd years. 6 kids. I mean, and I would be overwhelmed with a special needs child. And I probably wouldn't have known what to do. But I would have had good guidance. I would have had good guidance from my parents. Even if they didn't know what to do, they would have put me and showed me the direction of someone who did. And I don't care how much you hate Katie Proudfoot, you can't ignore it. I can't see harming anyone either. But I also wasn't raised by parents who obviously didn't even value my life. I don't know what that would feel like. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I need coffee. Be right back. Can't believe it's been an hour. Come on, boys. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Tanya, I agree with you. Oddball doesn't think she ever felt independent after hearing everything. But anyways, I'm just going to say, like, it's not hard to stay home with one child. People do it all the time. Someone's in the military, someone stays home. But we hear that there were neighbors who actually had to tell Sebastian to go back in the apartment and lock the door because he was looking for his dad. Mm-hmm. But here's Katie, supplying everything that they needed. It's just crazy to me. She has no friends. She has no family. And I think that she probably just never formed those friendships because she didn't have that freedom, Cricket. Right. Yeah. Frenchie mom, I don't think he really knows his son. I'm just going to be honest. I didn't get the feeling that they're so close. I just don't get that feeling. He's not here playing video games. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bitch, but and it's not about feeling sorry for anyone. It's just stating the facts and the dynamics. She didn't stand a chance, just like Sebastian didn't stand a chance. Did she do something? Does she know? Probably. Not an excuse, but it explains it. You can live in a big old nice house and still be dysfunctional as fuck. Look at the Ferreters. That's probably why she thrived in the military. And then he kind of put her military service down last night, too, and I didn't care for that. You're an electrician. You're a trade. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. But why put him in a special school and lie about it? Why not just say he's in a special school? Because his behavior was inappropriate. I mean, why would you lie? Why would you report your son missing and go through this big production when all you'd have to say is that we sent him away to a special school? Like, that doesn't even make sense. They would just say that. There'd be nothing to hide. There wouldn't be all these stories and conflicting things. Hey, Dr. Melmo. Dr. Melmo says, Katie Proudfoot is perpetuating the same dysfunction she grew up with. KP was raised by controlling, manipulative men. She was essayed by Seth, joined the Navy to be controlled by men, and who knows what happened in the Navy. Good point. Good point. But that was probably the best thing she did for herself. The best thing she did for herself. The worst thing she did was, overlapping her relationships and meeting Proudfoot and not getting on her own 2 feet. I mean, I have to give her props. I could never have gone to boot camp. I would have been crying. I'm homesick. I want to go home. Remember when Kate plus 8 put Colin in a special school? No, I don't. Oh, we have a birthday in the house. Meredith, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you and anybody else that is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday from J is for Justice.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Meredith. I hope you have a great day. Miss K, I agree with that too. Oh, Meredith's daughter. Sorry. Meredith's daughter. Happy birthday. I agree with that, Meredith. If you don't see real tears and parents freaking out, there's something wrong. Mhm. Oh, yes. And it was Phoebe's yesterday, too. Happy birthday, Phoebe.
Go, go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Phoebe. You know what? You're right, Dr. Momo. We got to think back to when she went into the military. The Navy at that time was not that kind of women. There was a lot of SA in the armed forces at that time. So not really sure what happened there. That is a good point. I know, sweet 16. How what a sweet birthday.
Roberta,
We rode dinosaurs. But for real, I mean, we have come a long way since then, too. It's a good point. And Dr. Momo, I hope you're feeling better. Let us know how you're doing on your recovery journey. I can't believe this has not started. Are we even going to be done by 3 o'clock with this? We may have to do a Friday night live at this rate. Good point. New Hampshire girl or NH girl. If I lived 20 minutes from CrimeCon and had a missing child, I would be standing there for 3 days handing out flyers. Good point. Yeah, if it doesn't feel right, it's not right. So just hang on and let's take a step back and see what happens.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Aw, you did? You're welcome, Phoebe. I hope you had a great 16th. You have a wonderful mom. Oh, Melmo. I know. Melmo, did you also hear it goes worse than that? So not only did he get her pregnant a couple times before, he stated that she aborted those babies. And that's why Sebastian is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Because the other two names were supposed to be those other two babies' names. I mean, it can't get much worse than that. If anything's going to turn you off, if you already don't know like how to bond, you're not feeling this bond because you basically been, RAPED, for lack of a better term, allegedly. And then you have to name the child with your aborted babies in honor of them. Who the fuck does that? Getting her pregnant, then she doesn't want to be pregnant, and she has abortions, and then when she does carry a baby, you throw those names in there? Yes, what he said. It's sick. It gets sicker. God. And who the hell was legally responsible for her till 18? That's what I want to know. Who was responsible for her? Yeah, that's my name. That's my son. I named him Sebastian. I named him Wayne. I named him Drake. It's gross. When he said that on the rant with what was that when he hopped on Smiley's and went off on Trevor Lee? Yes, that's why he has 3 names. And then when he was asked a question by Betty last night, he didn't answer it, but he went on to tell a story about how he told Sebastian his mommy doesn't love him anymore or doesn't want to love him anymore. I don't know, Dr. Mumble. This is what he's saying. Whether it's true or not, is what he said, though. Yeah, it's like a never-ending punishment for her to have to remember that. If she was in state custody, then maybe it's time they went back to these people that failed these now adults as children, right? Why don't we go back and find out who her foster parents were that were supposed to be protecting her and get them in an interrogation room and ask them what they were doing while Katie Payne was being groomed by Seth Rogers. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get back to it, just like this Henry Cox, Santa's son who shot himself in the head. Guess what he did for a living? He worked for the Florida foster care system, and he adopted a child when he was a social worker. And then he ended up being accused of producing child pee. He was able to adopt a boy, and now this boy is on drugs and in and out of jail, probably because he was SA'd and producing child pee after he was adopted. But we got these fucks working in our system. I don't know, Jazz. I don't know. Someone said Robin Rogers was her foster mom, but Terry Lynn told me no. Exactly, Dr. Malmo. What about all these people that failed when she was a child? How about we go back to that? Because that's what all this stems from. And it sounds to me like Seth is the one that put Sebastian in the middle. He couldn't handle that Katie didn't want him anymore, that he didn't have that hold over her anymore. And I seriously think that the Proudfoots are just letting Seth bury himself. I really do. Court's not in session on my end. I just refreshed it. Deborah Cake? Never heard that name. Well, there's one thing to be a shitty father, but there's another thing to walk around naked, leave him home alone, punch him in the head in front of his teacher. What else did he do? Oh, let him crawl around until he just passes out on the floor when he's a baby. Yeah, that sounds like a great father. My personal opinion is I don't think Seth has a job, but he might be on like administrative leave. I don't know how you can not be cleared in the disappearance of your son and still have a job as a sheriff's deputy. Make it make sense. Everyone's a suspect. He even said it himself last night. So how can he work for a sheriff's department if he's a suspect? Flo, be careful getting that Sam's order, hon, and thank you again for your super chat. That was very generous of you. Thank you. Oh, damn. Okay, Blunk. Yeah, please email that to me. Deborah Cake. What state was that in? Virginia? Yeah, I think there needs to be a change in the system when there's children born with special needs. There needs to be a better eye on them. I mean, do you want to see something really sad? This shit happens all the time while we're waiting for this, and court is not in session yet, guys. I saw this last night on Law and Crime, and I was fully disturbed. I was like, oh my God. This child was, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It was a body cam video on Law and Crime, and this boy was found. There was a lady that, okay, so what happened was these people tried to grab this, here it is. Couple in van tries to lure, this is in Florida. Now this was back this was November 3rd of 2023. And they get a call from this woman here that says that this white van drove by. Okay, and they tried to grab her 9-year-old girl and get her in the van. And then when the father came out, they flipped him off and took off. Well, they finally do pull over the couple in the van after pulling over a couple people that weren't him and her. Well, here's the guy, the guy, and then the woman is not in the van. But he's got a child in the van, and he says, yeah, this is my son or whatever, right? So they detain these people. And then there's a child hiding. Look at her. This is the lady that tried to pull the 9-year-old girl in the van.
I didn't have no problems with you. My problem was with the girl, which I flicked off the car. I didn't get it with nobody. And so he comes and runs up to me and literally hits me.
The older looking kid.
The 18-year-old looking kid that was supposed to be the sister of the brother of the sister that had just left.
Okay. So you mentioned to me earlier that you're homeless, right?
Yes.
So you live out of the van, so you don't live on McKinley Street?
My mom lives in McKinley. I have my address right there.
Okay, so you live with your mom. Okay.
But we've been sleeping in the car because...
Was there any other children around that's your son, right? What's his name?
Okay, so they had a son in the van. She says she's homeless and living in this van. This is in Hollywood, Florida. Okay, now watch. The kid gets out and they talk to the kid right here. Listen.
Are his parents, and he was in the back of the van for a heartbreaking reason.
And you were sitting back here?
Yeah, because I didn't want to go to DCF.
What happened?
I don't want to go to DCF, so I was back here.
You don't want to go to...
You hear this? I didn't want to go to DCF, so I was back here. These motherfuckers threatening these kids with DCF.
DCF?
No.
Got you.
So I was just back here. Look.
Where were you sitting?
Here.
And what, you were like hiding back there?
No, I was just sitting right here. Yeah, that's what I always
Because they were gonna take you to DCF, or someone wants to take you to DCF.
No, nobody wants to take me to DCF. I have my game over there, but I have a tablet for some reason, and it's in the car.
Gotcha. Hey, come outside. Come outside. Come out here if you want. Just have a seat right here. Look. Let me see. Come here. Just be careful. All right. You stay here, right, dude?
As his parents are in the back of the squad cars, they seem confused about why they're being arrested.
Why?
You're being detained.
How am I being detained for what?
Because you're being detained because you fit the description.
That doesn't matter. That's against the law, bro. That's against the law. Y'all didn't even read me my rights. Y'all didn't tell me nothing.
What's your first name?
For what?
You match the description
of what?
Of a crime.
Of a crime? Somebody that hit my baby mama in front of my son?
Relax. I need your information.
After getting his information, the officers then took him out of the squad car about 20 minutes later, seemingly to do an ID with the victim's mother, who was in another police vehicle.
Do me a favor, step out. I gotta check the pockets.
Now you want to check? You didn't even read me my rights. Now you want to turn on your camera or check me now?
My camera's
the camera's been on this whole time.
They tried to pull a 9. What were they going to do with this 9-year-old little girl? Thank God her brother was right there. Right? They were going to take a 9-year-old little girl.
Supervisor, bro. Hold on, let's just make sure. I don't have nothing, bro. I wish I did, bro. If I did, I would have fucking killed that motherfucker.
If I did, I would have killed the motherfucker. Trust me. Did you hear this? This guy has a fucking kid in his van and trying to grab a 9-year-old.
What? Okay. Well, anyways, I'm just going to read you your rights. All right? I'm going to question you here in a few seconds. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one will be appointed for you. Do you understand these rights as I have just read them to you?
He said he donated it, B.
I'm going to read them again.
Okay, as many times as you might read it,
I
have a problem on comprehending.
Okay, well, let's break it down. So you have the right to remain silent. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to.
Dr. Velmo.
Okay. Anything that you say to me can and will be used in a court of law, possibly against you, possibly for you. You know, you never know. If you can't afford an attorney, one's going to be provided to you. Unless you have your own attorney, then you have an attorney. So. Think you understand now? Well, I need a definitive yes or no. And with these rights in mind, do you still wish to speak to me?
No, we're gonna have the questions you were supposed to have.
Huh?
We're gonna have the question. No.
You said you don't want to talk to me.
No, I'm saying you said you had questions.
Oh, I do. But do you want to talk to me?
I mean, yeah, I would like to find out what's going on.
Okay.
That's what I told you. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it on purpose. I really don't understand.
No, I just want to make sure you understand the rights that you have as a citizen of the U.S.
Well, I'm a resident.
You're right.
I'm retarded. I'm sorry. When it comes to...
All right. So as long as you understand your rights, I can ask you a question.
Okay.
Is that okay with you if I ask you some questions about what happened today?
Yeah. Can I tell you if I don't understand?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay.
Well, when the officer asked her what happened earlier that day, she admits to giving the proverbial FU to the victim's mother, but denied trying to take the 9-year-old girl.
So what was going on over by your house today?
By my mom's house?
Yeah.
Okay. My husband's car is broken. The Cadillac that was behind the van. And my husband just got there because he just left work. And he was just coming to pick us up, me and my son. So find out where we're gonna go because we're homeless. And so, okay. So he comes. And I see the neighbor, my mom's neighbor, that he used to be mine too. I see her pulling out. And I flicked her off. I flicked the car off. She passed, and then I flicked her.
Which car? The Cadillac?
No. She was driving a Nissan, black Nissan. So, I was like, okay, I flicked her off, whatever. So the fat little kid, supposed to be, I don't even know where this kid came from the corner of 19th and McKinley, when I mind you that we were on the house
Which kid? Was it like a boy or a girl?
He was a male. He looked like he was 18. And
why is she making him 18? These people are fucked up, dude. But this shit, I mean, I saw this and I was like, wow, this kid's afraid of DCF. They're living in a van. Like, what is wrong with the system, right? So this little boy ended up going to DCF. That's what happens in the end. Here, I'll give you the conclusion here.
Took a hit from her vape pen. Several minutes.
Here's the conclusion.
I got in the argument with the guy because of his sister. We got in the van. We went to the storage. Came back.
Storage? I hope they're checking that storage unit.
So when we came here to get my medication at CVS, but then you guys pulled us over. Which I was like, okay, they're gonna find out who's this guy that hit me. What comes out to me, the cop told you guys that we kidnapped my child when the guy hit me. And the guy said that he saw him hit me and that it was video recorded.
Someone hit you.
So where's this video recorded? Where's the guy that hit me at? Why am I handcuffed when a male hit a woman?
She said she wasn't under the influence of drugs at all, only saying she smoked marijuana the day before and took a hit from her vape pen. Several minutes later, officers are seen trying to pull her out of the squad car, but Tersano seems unable to walk as officers pull her out of the vehicle and she immediately falls to the ground.
My head. What's gonna happen? My head.
You're gonna have to do all this stuff, and I'm gonna go on the other side, right?
My head.
These poor
I told you guys I'm mental. I told you guys I'm mental.
Shove her in there.
Get your leg off of it. You're making this worse for yourself.
Shove her in.
All right, we got Leo. All right, that's another charge for you. I'm closing the door. Move your f***ing foot. Stop it, Nelson.
I mean, she's got her teeth.
The pair were eventually taken to the Broward County Jail, both charged with luring and enticing a child and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Authorities also tacked on another charge for Tersano for violently resisting arrest. According to online records, Tersano and Diaz were held on a $30,000 bond. Both posted their bond and have
Why would they bond out?
Since been released from jail, but the case is still pending. As for their child, it's been previously reported he was taken into the custody of the Department of Children and Families.
Yay. So what's happening there, right? Craziness. Just straight craziness. Happening right in our backyards. I don't know what is going on with Daybell. It was supposed to start at 10 o'clock Eastern, I thought. Right. Why would they let him out? What's going on? I feel like Grady would not have let them out. I feel like Grady would have said, hell no. Right. How are you going to follow up and make sure they come back? Now listen to this crazy story. This is another Florida case that happened.
Right now at 5:33,
this is a day ago. More details about a South Florida father who killed his 2-year-old. Listen how he did it. We're over here worried about Seth and Katie Proudfoot. And this shitbag murdered a toddler.
Chilling details on the horrific murder of a 2-year-old girl, allegedly at the hands of her own father. Pembroke Pines police describing the gruesome scene. They say the kitchen floor was covered in blood. A knife also found, but that's not all.
Yeah, court documents showed the father has a history of mental illness. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister has more.
Right now at 5:33, new chilling. Pembroke Pines police.
This dude was Baker acted. If you don't know what Baker acted
allegedly
is, that means put in a mental hospital against his will 5 times. 5 times. And he still was able to visit with his son. Geronimo A. Durand, 33, has a history of violent and erratic behavior.
Horrific murder of a 2-year-old girl, allegedly at the hands of her own father. Pembroke Pines police describing the gruesome scene. They say the kitchen floor was covered in blood. A knife also found, but that's not all.
Yeah, court documents showed the father has a history of mental illness. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister has more from outside the jail where the father remains.
These documents provide disturbing details about 33-year-old Geronimo Durand. According to a custody court filing made just last year, Durand has a history of violent and erratic behavior. He's been Baker acted multiple times, and he struggles with drug abuse. In the newly released 911 call from the gruesome murder of a 2-year-old girl in Pembroke Pines, you can hear the girl's great-grandmother.
Yeah, listen, this dude lived with his grandma, okay? Lived with his grandma. This is the child's great-grandmother calling 911.
Mother desperately pleading for help.
I think the girl is unconscious. I don't know what is going on.
According to Pembroke Pines police, 33-year-old Geronimo Durand picked up his 2-year-old daughter from her mom's house Tuesday morning. Police say he arrived at his grandmother's home where he lives on the 400 block of Southwest 177th Avenue in Pembroke Pines around 7:30 a.m. When his grandmother arrived at the home around 9:30, she made a horrifying discovery.
The girl is pale. She's not reacting.
According to the arrest report, the grandmother enters the residence and walks into the kitchen, seeing the defendant lying on top of the victim as they are facing each other face to face. The report then states the grandmother saw the girl bleeding, ran into another room, and called 911. As officers swarmed the home, the report states that a responding Pembroke Pines officer advised over the air that the child had a slit across her throat.
Despite all life-saving efforts, the 2-year-old unfortunately was deceased.
Then Durand was arrested and charged with his daughter's murder. According to a custody court document filed in May of last year, Durand suffers from a mental illness, including paranoia and anger issues. He also suffers from anxiety and has been Baker acted 5 times. He is known to be using illegal drugs and possibly abusing same. His behavior is erratic, aggressive, violent, and dangerous to the mother and minor child. The custody court document goes on to say that Durand abused the family dog, would chase the mother of his child around the house, and had suicidal thoughts and heard voices to end his life, sometimes while the child was with him alone. Durand is charged with murder while engaged in aggravated child abuse, and so far, the motive for this killing is still unknown. And Durand...
Unknown? This dude, a 2-year-old. We're putting 2-year-olds in the hands of people like this. I mean, what the fuck, man? Why are children not a priority? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Baker acted is being put in a hospital against your will. It means you're so damn crazy that someone else called and said he is a harm, a danger to himself and others, and they put him away against his will multiple times. Yeah, the motive is unknown. Okay. Listen to this.
We're trying to understand why you didn't report your daughter missing.
She ran away 5 years ago. She ran away 2 years ago.
You didn't report her most recent departure to any of the appropriate authorities.
Our daughter would rather live on the streets than at home with us. Do you know what that's like? I work, my husband works. We have 2 other children who are both normal and easy. Tell us what to do.
People pray and run away.
And there's nothing we can do to stop them unless we are notified.
You're calling us bad parents. They're calling us bad parents.
Mrs. Sutter, I am not calling you.
We just can't communicate with Hannah.
Believe us, we've tried.
You know, she comes home talking about a girlfriend who lives in Philly, wanting to go live with her, wanting us to call her Maya. And then she ran away. Again. So we figured
I don't even know what this is.
she'll come home when she's tired of making a spectacle of herself.
It's a strange and extraordinary tale of two sisters who disappeared from their home in Minnesota one evening.
So I saved these to watch later, and I figure let's watch them now while we're waiting for Daybell to begin. This is two missing Minnesota teens, sisters, hid in plain sight for 2 years. This is 8 years ago.
Evening as their parents were caught up in a hostile divorce. The mother and the girls claiming abuse, but the courts unconvinced. Where did these sisters go? Did their mother have a hand in the disappearance? ABC's Elizabeth Vargas has this twisting tale.
It is 7 p.m. on a 30-degree April evening in the suburbs of Minneapolis. And while most families are settling in for dinner, one family is about to fracture forever when two children living at this home vanish.
No shoes, no coats, no backpacks, nothing.
Poof, they're gone.
13-year-old Gianna.
I was like, what the fuck? Poof, they're gone. I was like, what?
YouTuber, yes. Leave it up to YouTube, you know? Leave it up to YouTube. This is like my
A 30-degree April evening in the suburbs of Minneapolis. And while most families are settling in for dinner, one family is about to fracture forever when two children living at this home vanish.
No shoes, no coats, no backpacks, nothing.
Poof, they're gone.
13-year-old Gianna and 14-year-old Samantha Ruckey disappear. The only trace? Footprints in the snow. Their parents are embroiled in an ugly divorce and custody dispute, but they insist they are united in their desperation for the girls. Where did they go? Who are they with? And why does our journey begin by asking questions to their mother inside the Ramsey County Jail?
Did you have anything to do with your two daughters running away?
No.
Do you sit here and think, how did this happen?
Clean record, never had a problem.
Clean record, and here you are in jail on $1 million bail? What's going on?
I have no idea. This shouldn't be what happens in a divorce.
This divorce is more like guerrilla warfare than a legal proceeding, but for every documented grievance in this harrowing tale, there is documentation too of the good times.
Look at this, Nick! You got
20 years worth of home movies featuring both the Ruckies in starring roles as an affectionate, feisty couple.
You're figuring it out now?
And doting, loving parents to their 5 children.
It's my birthday!
Nico, Samantha, Gianna, Mia, and Gino.
Sounds like a busy home.
They were wonderful. It was my dream.
She says despite those smiling
not
faces,
on, guys.
there was a shocking, ugly secret in the family. Years of emotional and physical abuse by David.
What would he do?
Throw things, hammers at me if he got mad. There was black eyes. There was broken ribs. We had to lock ourselves in the bedroom because we were scared. We just didn't know how his behavior was going to be from one day to the next.
And she claims David didn't just target her, but went after the children, too.
How often did that happen?
Once is more than enough. It happened.
Did you see his shirt? I always get what I want. See this idiot? Why do you guys keep saying that it started? It's not started yet. This is Judge Boyce right here. Live. Started streaming 95 minutes ago. It's not on. But look at this shirt.
2.
How often did that happen?
Once is more than enough. It happened a lot.
After 20 years of marriage, Sandra says she reaches her breaking point and finally files for divorce. She says, frightened for her life, she also gets an order of protection against David. And then she calls police on him at least 20 times, claiming he continuously violates it.
He broke into the house, came running up the stairs, jumped onto the bed that I was at, started choking me, and then took a pillow and started suffocating me.
The children, now ages 8 to 14, remain in Sandra's custody and refuse to even see David, rebuffing all of his attempts to connect.
It's your dad, Bobby. I would like you to call me back.
call me.
The family court judge, David Knutson, appoints an advocate for the children and several therapists trying to facilitate a relationship with their father. But the children say they don't want one. Gianna and Samantha make audio recordings to support what their mother says. This is Gianna Rucky's voice.
Being in the same house as my dad, things were really bad. He was abusive. He had anger issues. He'd always be screaming and yelling.
But in a surprising twist, the judge determines that there has been no evidence of abuse.
Hear this? The judge determined there was no evidence of abuse after these girls spoke up.
And based on the findings from a psychologist he appointed, that it is Sandra who is the real problem here. That the children are showing signs of parental alienation syndrome, meaning the reason the children are adamantly opposed to seeing David is not because he's abused them or their mother, but because Sandra has brainwashed them.
I've never done anything but be there for my children. My kids are my life.
This is where the judge takes a drastic and, for Sandra, devastating step. He orders Sandra out of the house and all 5 of her children removed from her custody. David's sister Tammy becomes the children's temporary guardian. She moves into the Rucky home to take care of them. But the 2 oldest Rucky girls, Samantha and Gianna, are having none of it. And on that day, the sisters disappear without a trace.
What was your reaction?
What any mother's reaction would be. I'm concerned. I'm worried. Everything was going through my mind.
When Sandra's ex-husband David finds out his daughters have disappeared, he is terrified.
What was your biggest fear?
I mean, these are young girls. You don't want them hitchhiking. We live by a truck stop. You think of all these terrible scenarios.
Have you ever raised a hand against Sandra or your children? Have you ever struck them? Have you ever physically abused them in any way?
No.
David begins to suspect that Sandra knows more than she's saying about their missing daughters.
Did you think she might have something to do with this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
1 month after the girls' disappearance, there is a bizarre twist in the story. They show up, but in a place no one expects.
The Rucky girls say they want to be heard.
On local television.
They met with us at a hotel. We don't know who brought them here.
The local Fox 9 station airs this story. And right there, sitting in front of the reporter, are the 2 missing Rucky sisters.
I'm just really scared it's going to end really badly.
Glad to see my girls. But, what I was hearing coming out of their mouths was hard.
And as quickly as you can change the channel, the girls are gone again. Vanishing back into the night. The search continues for the Rucky girls. Their parents' epic divorce drags on until the judge finally makes his ruling. In a painstaking 60-page order, he drops a bombshell, awarding full custody of all 5 children to David, writing of Sandra's allegations of abuse that the court has not received any evidence to support her very serious allegations. For David, it is total vindication. But Sandra's legal troubles were only about to begin. The search for the 2 missing girls shifts to one of Sandra's staunchest supporters, Didi Evevold, an activist who is vocal about what she says is corruption in family courts. Detectives search her home and find a cell phone photo of one of the girls on a farm. They trace that photo back to White Horse Ranch. Gina and Doug Dolan own the ranch, which offers 90-minute therapy sessions with their animals.
Our mission is to reach children and families and to bring healing and wholeness through the animals.
The Dolans say it was Sandra, along with Didi, who dropped the girls off at the ranch one night with no more than the clothes on their back. Then Sandra left and never returned. Days turned into months, and then astonishingly, years.
Was it a secret that the girls were here?
No, it was not.
Everybody knew they were here.
But it all came to an end last November when authorities arrived at Doug's front door, simply following the trail from Didi Evevold's cell phone, not realizing the girls are actually there. When David finally sees the girls for the first time, it is not the reunion he imagined.
Were you nervous?
I ran out of the room. I started crying. I didn't recognize them because, you know your children. You remember what they sound like. You remember how they looked. I didn't recognize my daughters.
Sandra, are you making any comment today?
Sandra is now out of jail. She was released in February after 130 days behind bars.
I do appreciate the air and the sun. I will say that.
But she says there was no cause for celebration.
I'm in a prison without the bars, is what I'm in now.
Because as part of her release, Sandra is not permitted to have any contact with Samantha and Gianna. She is allowed to see her other children with conditions. As for the girls, David says they are happy to be home and doing well. And it might surprise you to hear how David sees his family's future.
Will you fight her ability to see the children?
This is my children's mother. It's important that they have a mother.
For Nightline, I'm Elizabeth Vargas in New York.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, there's some weird stories out there. I've saved some other missing. I guess they're having technical difficulties there in Idaho. I don't. Here's some more parents. Let's see. Missing teens' parents arrested. Let's watch this one. I saved a bunch.
Just a few hours from now, the parents of a missing mom and child from Mesa will be standing in front of a judge.
Roland and Cassandra Jones.
Okay, so this is 6 years ago, and this only has 51 views. 6 years ago. Missing mom's parents arrested. Okay, I just saved missing teen parents arrested. Okay.
Are under arrest tonight. 3TV's Lauren Reimer joins us live. Lauren, how did we get to this point?
Right. So yesterday, Mesa police announced that they believe the couple may have helped their daughter and her child disappear. They're even recommending charges because of it. And tonight, they're both behind bars. Cassandra and Roland Jones were detained this morning at Sky Harbor Airport.
Look at this. Look at this act. Look at her. Look at her. This is all fake. Look behind them. An American flag, hymns, children's songs on the piano. Get the fuck out of here.
Attempting to board a plane.
Madeline said, I'm going to be taking a vacation. I think anyone who does a little bit of background on the case can see that there's a really clear pattern in this case. And it's more likely than not they were trying to run.
With the couple in custody, one big question still remains. Where are Madeline and William? 1 month ago, the Joneses gave testimony on what happened the night they disappeared.
I want you to think about the night and tell me what happened.
I do not remember for sure.
Did you hire a private investigator?
We signed a contract with him.
Who?
I don't remember who it was. He didn't give us a copy of it.
Did you hear this? Remember, Seth? I sent the engagement letter 3 months before, or 3 weeks before anybody knew who Tony Mathis even was.
Signed a contract with him.
Who?
I don't remember who it was. He didn't give us a copy of it.
Attorney Billy Tarasio, representing Jacob Gokenner, baby William's father, believes the couple helped her disappear.
We think, and the police think that they know where Madeline and William is, and that is our best shot at getting him back.
They plan to ask the judge that the Joneses remain in jail until baby William is returned home.
Well, this is a huge step, them getting arrested and hopefully cutting off my ex-wife's line of support.
So the couple will see a judge tomorrow at 5 a.m. That's when bail will be.
And these, I'd like to dig into these and see what the outcome was. Here's another one. This is parents of missing 3-year-old girl in North Carolina 6 years ago.
Somebody just walked right up in there, grabbed the 3-year-old out of bed. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. Nobody heard nothing. 4 people in the house, 2 adults and 2 kids, and somebody just comes up and snatches the baby up and walks out.
Do you think Mariah was abducted?
No. What? It runs through my mind.
Did you hear this? Someone walks in and grabs a baby out of her bed. Do you think she was abducted? No. Can you say Chad Dorman look-alike here?
Kids, and somebody just comes up and snatches the baby up and walks out.
Do you think Mariah was abducted?
No. It runs through my mind all the time, like what, when, why, where, how, it's constantly.
What the $1 million questions? Those are the $1 million questions, right?
Where, how, it's constantly. It feels unreal still.
Look at that baby.
I don't know, just don't feel right. I mean, I want my baby back.
My last memory with her was feeding her and putting her to bed and telling her I love her. She said she loves me.
Just a few hours from now, the parents of a missing mom and child from Mesa will be standing in front of a judge.
Unbelievable.
Somebody
just a few hours from.
Hold on, let's see what else we've got.
It's a strange and extraordinary
Okay,
tale
here's
of
another
two
one.
sisters.
Wait. Hold on. California
I had just gotten
parents?
home from the gym, and Kelly just gotten home from running errands at the grocery store. And we met in the kitchen, and
Okay, so this one here was actually, this is someone, hey Jeff, this, and hey Bridget, and hey Pine. Yeah, I would like to know how these ended up. Annie says that one, the one we just watched with the Chad Dorman lookalike, they're both in prison. This actually, these parents are innocent, and their 17-year-old, a registered sex offender, was arrested in connection with her disappearance.
I had just gotten home from the gym, and Kelly just gotten home from running errands at the grocery store. And we met in the kitchen, and she asked me if I had heard from Chelsea yet, because Chelsea's the kind of kid that always tells us where she is. We just had this feeling, as parents do, I think. The intensity of the search continued to increase throughout the weekend.
This is 14 years
What
ago.
we know about Chelsea is that she's a really bright kid. And she would do everything she could to let us know where she's at.
See how he says positive things? She's a really bright kid. We felt something wasn't right.
It's one of those things as a parent, when this first happens, you look at it and you challenge everything as to why aren't we doing this, why aren't we doing that?
They're sitting there holding hands, right? They're holding hands, showing their faces, talking about good things about their daughter.
They're doing everything. I can't think of a resource that hasn't been brought in to find our daughter. As much pain as Kelly and I and our family are in, the community's lifting us up and just embracing us, and without that, it would be really, really unbearable.
It's interesting, this watching
Somebody
behaviors.
just walked right up in there, grabbed a 3-year-old out of bed. She didn't cry, she didn't scream, nobody heard nothing. 4 people in the house, 2 adults and 2 kids, and
Here's another one.
A 16-year-old girl from Ohio who went missing was found safe in Florida thanks to a tip from another player in the online game World of Warcraft. The FBI contacted the Marion County Sheriff's Office in Florida after they tracked the girl's World of Warcraft account activity to a residence in Denellen. The home belonged to 31-year-old Thomas Ebersol, whose account was also linked to the location. Ebersol initially denied knowing the girl, but later admitted he had driven to Ohio to meet her and bring her back to Florida. He reportedly told authorities,
He drove from Florida to Ohio. These guys will do anything to get their hands on your kid.
he was in a romantic relationship with the teen and planned to hide her in his home. Ebersol was arrested and faces charges of traveling to meet a minor for sex, interfering with child custody, and sheltering an unmarried minor.
4 months ago.
14-year-old girl missing from Mount Vernon for nearly a month has now been found safe in Michigan. Investigators say she was found at a home.
You hear this? Mount Vernon, Washington. Found in Michigan. What the hell? Nope, they were not rocking or doing any no, they were not.
Home in South Haven, just outside of Grand Rapids, with a 30-year-old man. Mount Vernon police say they were able to track her location because she used a rideshare service to leave her home that was paid for by the suspect.
Are you kidding?
We spoke with the girl's mother recently.
He sent a fucking Uber to her house. What if someone sent an Uber to Sebastian's house? You should not be able to buy a ride share and get a fucking teenager in there. What? Why isn't Uber monitoring the fucking age of these kids getting into Ubers. It's 12:15 and Daybell still hasn't started.
And she told us the 14-year-old had been speaking with an older man on social media. That suspect, who was a registered sex offender in Florida, was arrested for first-degree criminal sexual conduct.
He's a sex offender in Florida. He's living in Michigan, and he kidnapped a girl from Washington State. Oh, my God. I agree, Dr. Melmo. Never let them out on the first offense.
And failure to register as a sex offender. We are working to find out when he will appear in court.
It's very eye-opening.
We don't want the focus to be taken off Isabel by us being in front of the cameras or by the media. We are here today to plead for a safe return of our baby girl Isabel.
And that was the only time the parents of the missing baby Isabel spoke out. Cops say, hey, they want the family to do interviews to keep this case alive, and they never told them not to talk. We have repeatedly asked them to come on our show. A whole bunch of news organizations have. So I'm trying to understand why they are not speaking publicly aside from that one statement. Let's go out to one of my heroes, Erin Runyon, whose daughter Samantha, beautiful daughter Samantha, was taken from her front yard and tragically murdered, and a woman who has turned her grief.
I followed the Samantha Runyon case. Do you guys remember Samantha Runyon? Samantha Runyon was playing in her own yard, and she was scooped up by a pedophile, and she was found deceased. And this is Erin Runyon talking about parents of missing children and their reaction and what they're going through.
Into action by establishing the Joyful Child Foundation, joyfulchild.org. Get involved because it's a great group. Erin, can you understand why they've decided not to speak aside from that news conference?
Well, you know, my heart goes out to them. It's terrifying. It really is. If our public information officer hadn't been right by my side and told me that he would step in if anybody asked me anything that I drew blank on or didn't know what to say, I'm not sure I could have put myself out there the way that I did. It took his careful guidance to.
See, she had guidance from law enforcement. Do you want to know why? Because she wasn't a suspect. Erin Runyon wasn't a suspect. They cleared her. That's why the public information officer stood by her side.
To put me out there. So I think, you know, I don't want to jump to conclusions on why they wouldn't want to be out there.
Because no law enforcement, if you are truly an innocent parent of a missing child, they're not going to let you be thrown to the wolves. They are not going to let that happen. They are going to stand by your side. They're going to do press conferences with you. It's going to look a lot different than this case does.
It's hard for people. This is the worst possible time in their life. And what I do hope that they understand is that by speaking out, they actually bring the attention back to Isabel. And so it is really the best thing that they can do for their daughter, unfortunately, at this point, is to be visible and vocal and keep all of the folks in the Tucson area and beyond aware that Isabel is still out there and missing. And
see? When your child's missing, you don't go quiet. You don't go quiet. That's not what you do. 3 months in, you get more vocal because people are forgetting.
And we need their help.
Or calls case, People versus Corey here.
Okay, so this is kind of a funny video, but yeah, we still have not started the sentencing yet. This is getting a little ridiculous, if you ask me. Oh, and this is another thing that I found. I never heard this early on. This is Don Wells. Listen to this.
Before I get into this video, I want to give you a heads up.
This is 2 years ago, y'all. I don't know how I never heard Don Wells say these words, but damn, it says a lot. Listen.
What Don is about to say is not easy to listen to. This is your chance to pause and close this video if you are sensitive to descriptions of violence. For those of you that want to continue watching, this is a call that Ernie Shell played on his channel. I found it so hard to listen to, just to know that the father of a missing child could talk in this way about her, not knowing where she is, or what she is going through, is beyond alarming. He says that 90% of the time, children are taken by predators, and he doesn't believe Summer was taken, because someone wanted to save her from a bad situation. Bad situation? Did Don just admit that Summer was living in a bad situation before she went missing? Candace was in the chat at this point, and it only made sense to ask her about what she thinks about Don's statement. She just said that she doesn't know what Don is talking about. Don then goes on to say they have to be realistic because of the TV shows and YouTube. The perpetrators probably wanted to get rid of the evidence, and so they killed her. Candace then seems absolutely shocked, and she types in chat, "What the fuck, OMG, what the hell is he saying?" Ernie then invites Candace up to panel, but she types in the chat that she can't breathe. She then types in the chat again, saying WTF, she never heard this before, and that she is really confused as to why he would say this. Very concerning comments made by Don.
If there was some, and it's got to be a predator, only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not going to be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation. 90% of the time when someone takes a little girl or whatever, or boy even, 90% of the time is because they're predators. So it's just not good. Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her.
Oh my God.
Let's be realistic. This ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure and YouTube and the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence and they probably killed her. I mean, let's be realistic.
Says a lot to me. I heard that and I was like, how did I ever miss this? Probably because I don't watch Ernie Shell. But is Don telling us what happened because of all the pressure, how big this got? They had to get rid of her and get rid of the evidence? Aw, Angie, that sounds fun. Last day of school was so fun. No, I think he just told you what happened. How could you talk about your missing daughter and say someone beat the fuck out of her? Unless you're capable of doing that yourself. Total confession.
By Don.
If there was some, and it's got to be a predator, only a predator would come up here and take our daughter. This is not going to be somebody like, oh, I love you, Summer, and I just want to save you from a bad situation. 90% of the time when someone takes a little girl or whatever, or boy even, 90% of the time is because they're predators. So it's just not good. Somebody has hurt her, probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her. Let's be realistic. This ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure and YouTube and the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence and they probably killed her. I mean, let's be realistic.
Weekend on Monday. Early Monday morning, I don't know, I heard something about the boys saying, where y'all going? And they were carrying Summer out the house, Don and Candace. She was head down on his shoulder, carried her out, and they left.
See, Dudley says he saw Summer being carried out the house on his shoulder, just like that picture. Just like that picture where Don looks like he's crying and he's holding her and her she's like got her arms up on his shoulders, right? This dude worked with Don. Now listen.
About the boys saying, Where y'all going?
He heard the boys say, "Where are y'all going?" He heard the boys say, "Where are y'all going?"
And they were carrying Summer out the house, Donnie Candace. She was head down on his shoulder, carried her out, and they left. So I don't know if that was Sunday or Monday. But I seen him Monday morning.
Gotcha.
I never saw her. He was in his Subaru, so obviously.
Gotcha.
And you said that was the first time him going to work in a Subaru.
And you said you heard that the boys said that. The kids.
I heard somebody say something about that. The boys looking and they saw Daddy and Mama carrying Summer out of the house with her head down like she was sleeping.
Do you remember who said that? Do you remember who said that information?
One of the boys.
So the boys.
Yeah.
Her brothers.
Yeah.
This was when everybody was under investigation.
And then you saw him on that Monday before he got fired crying or distraught on a
He
Twitter.
wasn't crying. He was definitely disturbed. Mentally disturbed.
And you don't think
he
it was
lost
like
his prize.
And you don't think it was because
Summer
he was
his prize.
Yeah. Gotcha. And you don't think it was drug related or anything like that, like he just hadn't had any No, it was something
I've
more
seen those
personal.
days.
Okay.
I saw what that day was like.
Gotcha.
I've seen them.
Gotcha.
That wasn't that day.
Gotcha.
He lost his prize. Summer was his prize. Okay? That was his little trophy. He even said if anything was ever going to happen, it was going to be on Candace's watch.
So he knew. He knew
already
that
knew.
he knew that she was a piece of shit. Gotcha. I can't imagine. I'm so sorry, guys.
It's time. Get up.
What? You can't have another bone.
Oh, so you're not.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what he said. His prize. Dude, what is going on with fucking Daybell? Yeah, it's really, really disturbing, isn't it? But I thought those clips were interesting about the missing kids. I'll try to find more, and then we'll get their names together in Discord and we'll look them up and see what the outcome was of those. Did who just pick up and walk out? Meredith, I know that a lot of people, think that what you said, that she was spot on with Daybell, but I really want to just say something about that, okay? About her being spot on. Summer hasn't been solved, so we don't know if she's spot on or not about that. But secondly, all you would have to know is what JJ was last seen wearing. And it would have been his pajamas. And I feel like that's how she knew what JJ was going to be wearing. I don't know what we're waiting on. 2 hours now. Oh, I don't remember what the whole story was with Dudley. That was just a clip. I don't remember. I think he went over there. Or no. He said that after Summer went missing, he heard one of the boys saying that they saw the parents walk out with Summer. That was after she went missing. But JLR and them took Dudley and his wife out for dinner and asked about Don's, being at work. He came in that Monday. He was depressed. He acted like, someone just, unalived his best friend, he said. Because I also interviewed Dudley on my channel as well. I have a whole interview with him. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there's a lot of butt joints, Kendo.
Yeah. So
there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
I have a whole Summer Wells playlist. I don't know. Guys. I don't know why there's no arrests. I don't understand it. But let me find. See, that's the picture I'm talking about right there. The one where he's holding her like that. Her feet are black. Like, why would she be sleeping like that? It doesn't make any sense. He's just carrying her around sleeping. I don't like it. And why has he got a gun behind her in the other picture? The hell? Oh, no. You're fine, Meredith. I just want people to remember that a lot of things. Thank you, Olive. Olive.
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
It is interesting to watch them, isn't it? Let's see. So I had Hunter's dad on. I had Dudley. Let's go like this. Oops. That did not take me there. Become a reverter today and have access to wrong link. Oh my God. Remember this intro, guys?
We got another special guest. It's me. Show me your face.
This is so cool.
Me!
The grifters of Summer Wells.
Your voice is just smooth as butter. I'll just love to listen to you talk.
Hey, Dudley.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. I just want to make sure that it's loud enough for everybody. Thanks for letting me call you so late. I know it's late there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the same time zone. I'm in Florida, so.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep you too long. How long do you have to chat?
Well, I can talk a little bit.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to ask you, like, about work. That Jamie guy that Don says he talked to that was working across the street or something like that. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, he was over there while I was cleaning the house out.
He was what?
He was over there talking to him while I was cleaning up the house.
You're really muffled.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Sorry.
Okay. He was talking to them while I was cleaning out the house. We were finished hanging.
So that was actually on the 14th, though, right?
Correct. That's the day he fired me.
Uh-huh. So he fired you on the 14th, right? And was Tucker out there that day, too?
Richard was, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so he spoke with Richard at the house where you guys were working,
Thank you.
right?
Please be seated.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Okay, so, all right, here we go, guys. Daybell sentencing has finally begun.
All right, Mr.
Hey,
Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
The jurors are being brought in. Here we go. Time for sentencing. I'm going to get another screen up so we can see the chin better. I'm going to see where they're going to put the witnesses as well. So bear with me while I get the screen. I'll get the screen set up as soon as they bring everybody in. I don't know if they're going to have the people at the podium or if they're going to have them on the witness stand. It was supposed to be creepy because it was a creepy case. Aw, Stephanie, thank you for being here. Yes, it is a death penalty case. Moderators, thank you for being here today. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I just want to be able to zoom in on the important people so we can watch. The statements are going to be first, but they're bringing the jury in.
I'm sorry. We do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies.
What's going on now? It sounds like Boyce just woke up. Thank you for being here, Bridget.
Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation, and I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right. And I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
Shall we play a game?
Stand up!
I'll be fixing the screen as soon as we see where the victims are going to make their statements from. But I've got Chad and Pryor blown up already. And you guys give some love to Summer Rue up there. She's up there by the wheel goals, waiting for those bars to be filled, and she is watching the chin with us today. Give Rue some love. She's so cute up there.
All right, please. Stand up!
Hey, Jeff. Welcome back. Welcome back. Megan, it's good to see you as well.
Here's our President Counter for you, Honor.
The devil.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
Dancing tonight.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
And that will be me.
All
Who
right.
else
At this
would it
time, then,
be?
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking At all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process. We spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. The murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life.
Where is he?
That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today.
I guess we can't see him.
And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision. It is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators
Colby.
has been proven.
You guys see Colby?
And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. I didn't call you Brian today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
The Lord's voice.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes.
See, I think they're carrying a mic. And
Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
approaching the. Hold on, let's move this down here. Oh shit! They just switched. They just messed it all up for me. you kidding me? They're adjusting camera angles, so let's wait until that's done. Because I'm just moving these squares all across the screen. Let's wait till they get it adjusted. Rue's like, what's with the ceiling tiles? What's going on? Colby, he's actually in the white tie, or the white shirt with the tie, right in the front row. I mean, they had 2 hours to set this shit up. What the fuck? That's Colby, I think, right there, isn't it? And his wife. So, I know, man. What's up, Patrick? They're messing with my stuff. We had it all set up. Rue is side-eyeing us, going like, can they get the show on the road? Yeah, I will. I'll zoom in on Chad and everybody when they get these cameras, because they went from 2 camera angle or 3 to 2. I don't know what they're going to be doing, but I will get them situated.
Thank you.
This is how they're going to leave it, I guess.
Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Okay, we have 3 angles now. Let me get situated.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell.
His tone.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or.
Hold that microphone close to your chin and aim it at your chin.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct?
Down and then aiming it up at your chin.
Yeah. Springville, Utah. Small town. Was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy. Tammy Douglas. And they get married.
God almighty.
And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. Very deep in their faith. Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma. Jason talked about Chad, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words, and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this? When he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man.
Please don't argue it all day long.
And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there.
Oh my God.
And then it all changes.
Blinded by
the
pussy.
Amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult. Easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing.
You dropped a bomb on me.
And you evaluate that,
baby.
And you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. That's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
I mean, what can you really say at this point? Look at Chad. Dear God, please save my life.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state
More
intend to put on any
evidence.
evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right. Is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right. At this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact
And
statement.
where are they going to
victim.
sit? Because I'm probably going to
The
have
state
to.
would call Ron Douglas.
Ron
Very well.
Douglas. Ron Douglas is the first victim. But I don't know where they're going to be. Oh, good. We don't have to do anything. Is this Tammy's dad? Oh, my God.
Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so
Loosened
that
up.
they are not recording victims in this case.
Okay, move the camera then. I guess we don't get to see them. Look at Art. Oh, what a view. Just put it on the chin. Let's get another view of the chin.
I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not
Damn it.
under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you
Amen.
up the best. And my intent, Your Honor,
I'm not trying
is
to be
simply
funny,
to
but-
ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would
Got a
you
hard time
please
hearing
state
you.
your
Do you
name
mind
for the
pulling your
record?
microphone?
Ron Douglas. That's Douglas.
I'm going to be quiet now.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, We drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. I wish they'd stop.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. This is Kay Woodcock now.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes.
Will you please read that for the jury?
Sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Kanan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Kanan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Kanan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Kanan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future, to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles' steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventures. Oh, goodness. Wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school, and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become. What type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Kylie would put notes on her bedroom door, one being, "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly. A stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just cynical. I just like to see a little accountability in people
All right, thank you.
when a
Ms.
kid's
Satan,
born drug
call us
addicted.
next
That's
victim
all.
For an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister, Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt, I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister. Something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further, like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, There's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day. When she went
Hi, Janice.
into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today. And by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We have been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family. In his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lolo went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold That brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from the celebratory event I had imagined. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
What do they need a sidebar for? Oh, I think they totally thought that Alex would be the fall guy. He even told somebody that he was the fall guy, right? And he was conveniently married to Zulema, who got immunity in this deal to testify. He was married to Zulema. Zulema went to the hospital when Alex was taken, and Zulema made the decision to pull the plug. And then Zulema made all of his final arrangements as the next of kin. And guess what? That way, they wouldn't contact the Cox family. The Cox parents would not be notified. They could handle it all within their little circle. They set it all up. Don't worry. I know, Karen, I know all about these players. And I love John Pryor's closing arguments because he put Melanie and David Warlocks on blast. Because those people should have been in the clinker too. They should all be in the clinker. Sick of these deals. I mean, why do they need to make deals with these people to prosecute? They can't get enough digital evidence and investigation and investigate it? You know, I'm not sure about insurance on Alex. That I'm not sure, but he did go to Vegas and married her real quick like. And I'm sure they told him it was for his own good. But I do believe that they are supposed, or they had it all set up. Yeah, I really do think that they thought it would all be blamed on Alex and they wouldn't get in trouble and they could just ride off into the sunset. It's sick. I mean, Pryor really drove the thought home, or that to the jury, that Melanie Gibb and David Warlocks were in that condo when JJ was murdered. When JJ died, he was carried out of that condo. They were there. But they got deals. Deals for days. No, it's okay, Karen. I'm just saying, I have followed this from the beginning and I've dug deep. And you're right, it is scary. Chad actually had tens of thousands of people following him. I don't think people realize that. Chad had tens of thousands. Where are those people? They didn't just poof disappear and stop believing it. It's scary. There's more people like this out there. And they just shove it under the rug and put it all on Chad and Lori. And it's just crazy. Remember Warlock said he had these nightmares? Shit. Ugh. It's sick. It's really sick. She's divorcing Warlock? I think so too, Brian and Jill. I think they had more plans too. Melanie Gibb, the way she talked about JJ, oh yeah, he's a drug baby. She doesn't care. And then David Warlock had a Down syndrome son, he said, and he sent him away. Sent him away. His kid has Down syndrome, so he sends him away. David Warlock's totally left his whole family, his wife, and like numerous kids. No, Alex wasn't right in the head. Alex was manipulated. He had a brain injury. He had like the mentality of a 16-year-old. Mm-hmm. Drugs, yes, they used hallucinogenics for sure. For sure. They were tripping. Seeing things moving around and shit. And Zulema's blonde now too. Fucking Zulema is a blonde. Like, what is going on? I agree, Michelle. Just like in these cases like Corey Richens. The drug dealers who supplied the fentanyl that killed Eric Richens are getting deals. It's crazy. She just filed. Oh my God. What a joke. They stayed married long enough to not have to testify against each other. Yeah, castings and things floating around and cupboard doors slamming.
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
They did. They all showed up blonde. And what about Stacy Cox and how they sent her away to die in California? The Cox family has deep, dark secrets. I have tons of videos on them. Y'all, if you guys go to the Daybell, I interviewed Julie Rowe.
Something that I can never reconcile.
Wow, they had her muted.
That is the impact on them.
I don't even know who this is now.
An impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling. We've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing me that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Could we approach?
Yes.
Now, why do they need to approach? Like, what's going on here? Do you guys think he'll get the death penalty? 84% of you say yes and 16 say no. We're going to watch a little bit more victim impact, and then we'll redo the poll in just a little bit and see, because more people have joined.
All right, thank you, counsel. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of
They're gonna
lunch,
take a
however,
freaking
we do just
break?
want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
Yeah, he was found guilty. They're taking a bathroom break. His kids testified for him. That was their statements. Okay, so they're on break. What do you guys, let's see. Yeah, he was guilty on everything. I'm sorry, I'm just doing some stuff, personal stuff that I have to take care of. Let's see what we can watch while they break. I don't want to watch Trump. Don't want to watch that. Oh, wait, there was a verdict? Hold on.
Back on the record, the
Treadmill Dad 50 an hour ago. Treadmill Dad an hour ago.
back on the record, the courts received a note which has been marked Exhibit C-23 in evidence from the jury, quote, "We have reached a verdict," end quote.
Hold on. I gotta fix this stuff. You know, I get the screen set up for Dumbbell, and then this happens. Hold on, let's get a different window open here. That will fix my problem. Okay. Treadmill Dad Verdict. I didn't even know we were in Verdict Watch for this, but here we go. We'll watch this while we wait for them to take a bathroom break.
The procedure is we're going to bring the jurors out, and we're going to have the alternates come back in I'm going to have the foreperson
You're fine,
deliver the
Karen.
verdict. Thereafter, I'm going to poll the jury to make sure that each juror agrees that the verdict delivered by the foreperson is that juror's verdict. I understand this is an emotional case. I don't know what the verdict is, but I expect everyone to maintain appropriate courtroom decorum. There should be no outbursts. The jury has to decide the case based upon the evidence. A lot of people have speculated about a lot of things that aren't in evidence, so the jury is required to decide it based upon the evidence submitted in this courtroom. So I'd ask you to please remain calm. After we're done with that, I give the jury a dismissal instruction, which gives them some indication of what they can talk about, if anything, and then I thank them for their service. At that point, the Sheriff's Department is going to escort the jurors out of the courthouse to their vehicles. I hope I don't have to say this, but no person can harass, threaten, or intimidate any juror for any reason, especially their service on this case. If that happens, if any jurors are intimidated or have someone come up to them and threaten them or even express some dissatisfaction with them, you're subject to being arrested by the Sheriff's Department for jury tampering or harassment. And I certainly don't want that to happen. So the Sheriff's Department is prepared to deal with that. There's extra officers on staff all over the county complex to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'd ask everyone to please respectfully comply with those requirements. Anything from council before we bring the jury up?
No, Judge, thank you.
Where are our alternates? Okay, so as soon as they get to the foyer, we'll bring out the deliberating jurors. They're in the foyer. 1:15 p.m., jury out. All right, thank you. Please be seated, everyone, except the defendant and defense counsel. As the 12 deliberating jurors are back in the jury box. In addition, we have our alternates seated in the jury box to prevent them from appearing on camera. So those are seats 4 and 11. In addition, seats 3 and 13 are empty as those jurors have been excused. Madam Foreperson, would you please rise? Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached the verdict?
It has, sir.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to read to you each count. Please give me the jury's unanimous response. 1, how do you find as to count 1 endangering the welfare of a child? Guilty. 2, how do you find as to count 2 murder?
Not guilty.
3, how do you find as to the charge of aggravated manslaughter?
Guilty.
And you did not answer question 4?
No, sir.
Find as to count 2 murder?
Not guilty.
3, how do you find as to the charge of aggravated manslaughter?
Guilty.
And you did not answer question 4?
No, sir.
At this time, thank you, Madam Foreperson, you can be seated. At this time, I'm going to poll the jury. Members of the jury, you've heard on endangering the welfare of a child.
Guilty.
2, how do you find as to count 2 murder?
Not guilty.
3, how do you find as to the charge of aggravated manslaughter?
Guilty.
And you did not answer question 4?
No, sir.
At this time, thank you, Madam Foreperson, you can be seated. At this time, I'm going to poll the jury. Members of the jury, you've heard the verdict as read by your foreperson. At this point, I'm going to ask each juror by number, except the 2 alternates, to respond yes if the verdict read by the foreperson is your verdict, no if the verdict read by the foreperson is not your verdict. Juror number 2. Juror number 3 is empty. Juror number 4 is alternate. Juror number 5. Juror number 6.
Yes.
Juror number 7. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 9. Juror number 10. Juror number 11 is an alternate. Juror number 12. Juror number 13 has been excused. Juror number 14. Juror number 15. Juror number 16. Is counsel satisfied that the verdict is unanimous?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the clerk to record and note in the minutes that the verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the function you have performed is one of the most important civic duties you can ever be called upon to fulfill. With the return of your verdict, your service in this case is complete. Upon your discharge, you are not required, except upon court order, to discuss your deliberations or verdict with anyone. Additionally, no attorney or party or any person acting on their behalf is permitted under our rules of court to examine you or question you or even to discuss with you your verdict or your deliberations or your role in this matter. In some states, judges are actually able to stay afterwards and speak to the jurors about the experience. In New Jersey, judges and attorneys are specifically prohibited from doing that. If anyone approaches you associated with the case, the attorneys or the parties, please notify me immediately. It's possible you may be contacted by others, including members of the media. As you know, obviously we had media coverage in this trial. It will be up to each of you to decide whether or not to speak to those persons or entities about your service as a juror. If you agree to be interviewed, you may discuss whatever you want in whatever manner you deem appropriate. However, I'd ask you to keep these things in mind. The key to your function as jurors has been the free discussion amongst yourselves during deliberations, and the privacy of those deliberations is essential to the continuation of the fair administration of justice. All jurors have the prerogative to keep confidential their communications with their fellow jurors during deliberations. In fact, it is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of discussion in the jury room, and that each of you be permitted to express your views without concern for public reaction or criticism. Under no circumstances should you make a statement to the media or anyone else that you would not be willing to repeat under oath in court in the presence of your fellow jurors. But on a personal note, I want to thank you for your service. I know we told you in the beginning that it's a civic duty, but this case was a long case. It was difficult scheduling issues, and it was a difficult case with a lot of emotion. I told you we had the best justice system in the world, and one of the reasons, probably the principal reason, is because our Constitution guarantees a right to a trial by jury, and we can't do this without you. It's truly remarkable witnessing this reality and your participation in it. It's not only been my pleasure to have you here, it's been my privilege to have you here. I'm going to give you one final instruction, and I'm sure the attorneys join in that, by the way, our thanks and our appreciation for your attention and also how you've gotten along as a group. But I'm going to give you one final instruction, and that is the Sheriff's Department is going to escort you out that door, out a separate private entrance to the courthouse. I don't want to risk that somebody who's upset one way or the other comes up to you. They're going to make sure there's plenty of officers taking to your cars. So if you want to exchange some telephone numbers or something like that, or become friends, I ask you to do that quickly, because I would really appreciate that you get in your vehicles and you go home and get out of here in the event there's any reaction by anyone. So again, thank you so much for your service. Just hand Corporal Bennett your jury pass on the way out and the verdict sheet. And it's been my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Damn.
I just ask everybody in the gallery to please remain in the courtroom until the jurors have left.
The exception being any member of the media that needs to step out.
Damn. He'd be running a tight ship on this one. I'd be like, I'm getting to my car and getting the hell out of here. Thank you so much, Flo, for donating a membership. Who was the lucky recipient? Who was it? Katie S. Welcome, Katie S. I hope you will utilize your J for Justice membership and join us on Discord. Thank you so much, Flo. Yeah, evil. Is that his sister behind him? She looks just like him.
You can do that. So.
Is that his sister? Do you guys know? Another Chris, I know. Isabel, thank you for your PayPal donation. Thank you, Isabel. Court is still on a recess. So yeah, the Treadmill Dad found guilty of manslaughter. Oh, man. Lots going on. Lots going on. Oh yeah, he's a dick. And he didn't even come into that kid's life until he was like 4, I think. Up to 40 years is the sentence he could get. Good. Yeah, the mom was the one with the dark hair. She was actually on a podcast the other day. She was on someone's podcast. She came on and talked about the case and stuff. We're going to open up Daybell again. So the screen's going to become a mess. But we're just going to wait for them. They should be back anytime. Too many windows to watch anything else. I want to have this up so when they come back, we are ready. Have you guys hit that like button yet? Yeah, he's a jerk. How old is he? 30s? CPS didn't take her complaint seriously because she was a past drug user. It's kind of like Crystal all over again with Harmony. Except he came from this family that was, well-to-do, and he came off probably as the more believable parent. So, again, addiction affecting children. We have to do better. We have to do better. The whole thing's awful, but he did impregnate her when she was underage, I believe. I think she was only 17 when she got pregnant. Oh, his dad is with Homeland Security? I didn't know that. What? Weird. And then he took his anger off that he had this responsibility. He took the anger out on the kid because he had this responsibility he didn't want. Control. All of the above. It's sick. Miss Oden, thank you for being here today. Money talks, Richard. Money freaking talks, sadly. That's why I'm saying, like, the biggest pieces of shit can have money. Doesn't matter. Abuse knows no bounds of economic levels of people. They don't know. It doesn't discriminate. Abuse is abuse is abuse. It happens in Don Wells type families, and it happens in wealthy families every day. That is the $1 million question, Robin. Why aren't children the number one protected class? And why haven't they been? They never have been. They still aren't. Because we never talk about what gets these kids into these predicaments. You know? A lot of it isn't isolated incidents. A lot of it, there are warning signs. There are red flags. But maybe the more we talk about it, and maybe if us as outsiders that are in these people's lives and don't realize these signs, maybe we can pick up on a sign, you know? Like look at the Ferreter case. Ronan ran away how many times? But you know what it took to find out that Ronan was living in a garage, in a room? It took the builder who Timothy Ferreter was hiring and asked or wanted to hire to build the room. It took him calling police and saying, yeah, so this dude wants me to build a room in his garage with a hole for a camera and no windows. He's like, hold up, something ain't right. And thank God for him.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Because sometimes kids are too scared to tell teachers. But, you know, this construction worker got a call and he was like, this doesn't sound right. He didn't care how much money the people had. He was like, this does not sound right. And guess what? If I'm reporting something that really is nothing, fine. But at least I can say I reported it and it was checked out. And look what happened. Look what happened. That man, that construction worker, thought children were a priority. The only reason they got caught. Because when Ronan ran away and was found at his school, this kid ran away to school. He didn't know where to go. So he went to school. But he was scared because he was going to get abused when he got home. Well, I think Sebastian said something, and I think it was being investigated. And look where Sebastian is. Look where Sebastian is. We don't know. And he had an open CPS case. It's definitely better to be sorry, to be wrong than sorry. Yes. But CPS was involved in Sebastian's life in California, and his mom moved him away. His mom moved him away, and we never heard that there was CPS involved when Sebastian wasn't in his dad's life. But then Seth moves to Tennessee in 2021, and now we've got CPS involved again. So what's going on? Who's the common denominator with CPS? Retired EMT. Not all kids grow up to be abusers. Not all of them do, but some of them do. And we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Right. I mean, how many Ronins are out there? I mean, now we think it's possible that Sebastian was, possibly made to sleep in a garage. Yeah, same with Summer. Chris had a lot to lose. But the question is, if Katie Proudfoot is possibly knocked up, and this is just, speculation, of course. But if Katie Proudfoot is pregnant by chance right now, let's just say she is, just for shits and giggles. What's going to happen to that baby if she's pregnant? Because Mama Bowersocks was on Facebook looking for a car seat / stroller combo last October. Katie Proudfoot was on Nextdoor asking to pay someone to move furniture for her. In December, Sebastian goes to his dad's and Faith comes to visit Chris and Katie. Faith goes home to New Mexico in January, and then you have mid-January Nina filing an emergency protection custody over Faith. And then you have depositions given in Faith's case. Then you have CPS in Tennessee involved now. Then you have a video of what looks like someone hiding on a YouTube channel called Sebastian Rogers. And then you fast forward to February. Chris Proudfoot isn't home all month. Is it because he didn't want to be or because he couldn't be? Then you have Sebastian going missing just days before the custody hearing. So there you go. There's your timeline of what happened to Sebastian Rogers. So who has the motive? No, I'm speculating. I'm speculating that she could be pregnant. I'm not. When's the last time you've seen Katie? When's the last time you've seen Katie? Just curious. Because I haven't seen Katie in a long time. And when I did see her, this is what I saw. I mean, I don't know. This is what I saw. I have no idea. I'm just speculating. I'm saying if she was, what would happen to the baby with her kid missing? I'm just speculating. That's all. There's some things that I've read that make me speculate that. Here's Katie and Chris. Finally got braces as an adult because no one took care of her as a kid. Just saying. Let me see. I have a picture of her in the Brinks van, and she looks way different. You might compare this, if I can find this picture, to now. But I have to go back in my archives here. Oh, here it is. There it is. This is Katie working for Brinks. And let's get Katie up here. The last time we saw her. But who's going to see her belly? I mean, we're not seeing her. She's being hidden away, right? She's being hidden away, right? Mm-hmm. She just, I don't know. She looks bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the left picture. I don't know. I just feel like Mama Bowersox, yeah, she has other kids, but they're not pregnant. Like Melissa Proudfoot is not pregnant. But what's interesting to me are just a few things. And that would be like Chris saying, I'm protecting my wife. He's very possessive of Faith. And if he's protecting his wife, he could be protecting a baby. Just saying. And if Sebastian was supposed to go live with his dad full time, was it because Chris didn't want him around? Because, I mean, let's face it. Let's face it. Faith was not going to be there all the time. Faith lives in New Mexico. You know what I mean? Faith lives in New Mexico. So why would they need to get rid of Sebastian full time? She wouldn't be visiting that much if she's living in Mexico and starting school. So why would he need to go away full time? And why would she need to pay someone to move furniture? And why would her mother-in-law need a stroller car seat combo in October? I don't know. It's just weird, huh? I mean, this is when Katie had Sebastian. Let's look at this. They should be back in a few minutes, guys. Here's when Katie had Sebastian. And then let's pull up that Brinks again. Where did that Brinks picture go? Here it is. Okay. On the right is with Seth. On the left is with Proudfoot. On the right is with Seth. On the left is with Proudfoot. Crazy, huh? Fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. But he says, I'm protecting my wife. I'm protecting my wife. It's just like, from what? From what? But Chris was working on. Wait, why did Island get deleted? That had to be a mistake. Sorry, Island. Wait, why is Island getting deleted, dude? What's going on? Was Island, you guys, was Island hidden? His family, yeah. And then he was like, I got to protect my family. I still have a family. I still have to go to work. We have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. But what would Chris Proudfoot do with a son? Angie B did it on accident. It's okay, Angie. Everybody.
You say Ferris
Oops.
Bueller, you lose a test.
Wrong one. Everybody does that, Ange.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Butt hid. Island went up Seth's butt crack for a minute. Island, how did you fare through that? I don't know. We're going to have to go deeper on that theory and kind of talk that through because it is weird. It is weird. Why was Mama Bauer socks? Why was she looking for a stroller combo? So what I'm going to do, guys, I have to switch today's live because we're going to be in this knee deep. Tomorrow, let's talk this through. I'm going to talk over the schedule. You're severely traumatized. I don't blame you. So tomorrow I have my granddaughter's preschool graduation. I'm so excited. So I'm going to be tied up doing that. And then she's coming home with me. So bring it all in. Bring it all in. Baby podcaster. I say we do it tonight. There's nothing else going on tonight, I don't think. So let's go ahead and we'll review that interview later on tonight. Let's do it at we'll start it at 7. That way we're done early enough. So I've changed Friday to 7 p.m. Let me give you guys that link so you can go hit the notification bell. Since we changed it, if you haven't hit that. But we're going to be starting with the very first interview, and that would be the Duchess interview. From The Stress. Yes, I remember him saying that. Which one was that? We have all of them in order, so we're going to be rewatching them all. Thank you, stay-at-home mom. I know, I'm going to get her some flowers. She's totally wearing a gown, a cap and gown and everything. It's so ridiculously cute. We're going to start a poll over on Chad and see what you guys think. Go ahead and vote. Revote if you already voted. I really try to, SW. I really do. I think being on a schedule is easiest for me and for viewers. Absolutely. So if you guys aren't familiar with our schedule, it's Monday and Friday at 3 p.m. usually. I mean, for sure, if there's no trials going on, sometimes obviously they get disrupted. But then Wednesday evenings at 7 p.m. Eastern, we do our weekly call-in show on Wonderful Wednesdays. So that's the set schedule. And of course, we're live in between, dropping videos all the time and trying to stay up on the latest and greatest. So thank you for being here and thank you for your support. Absolutely. Yeah, I will share some pictures in Discord. She's going to have cap and gown and I'm going to give her flowers. She said, we came home and planted flowers.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
I don't want her to go to kindergarten, though. Can I just say that? I don't want her to go to kindergarten. Stop. I don't like it. She did get into a charter school, though, so smaller class sizes, and she went and met her teacher and all that. Y'all, she's like a little karate queen. Let me show you. I got to show you guys this video. I have got to show you this video. Because they did karate through school, through her preschool. And at the end of the year, like a week or two ago, they did a presentation for the parents. And they taught them when they did their karate kicks. I'm trying to find it on my phone here. When they did karate kicks, they would say, listen to my teacher. Listen to my parents. And then they would kick or hit something. It was so funny. Where the hell is that? I have too many screen recordings on this phone. I can tell you that much. I need to have just a folder for her, I think, because I'm losing stuff. I see now why some creators have two phones because, oh, here it is. I found them. I found them both. Okay, select. Can I explain the FryJ wheel for you? Sure. So anyone who donates and goes to, or actually if you super chat or you become a member, or if you donate, I have a link that is a tip link. And because YouTube takes 45, I think it's 40 or 45% of everything, okay? Now this is www.j4j411.live is my own tip site. You can use PayPal, Venmo, or a credit or debit card. You can actually even set up monthly tips, and 100% of it goes to me versus YouTube. So I always try to, encourage that because it does help. And you do get the same on screen, it says thank you and all of that. It's just getting people out of the easiness of the super chat. That's all. But I appreciate anything you guys do, even if it's just hitting the like button. But thank you for asking, SW. All right. Let's watch. I know. I just don't want her to grow up. That's all. That's what I don't want. I don't want her growing up. Okay. I'm going to share. I never share stuff like this, but it's too freaking cute not to. And it's not like it's any big deal. Okay, here. Let's pull up the movie. Y'all, she's amazing. Like, everybody was stunned at how good she could kick. Like, this girl's going to be able to kick someone's ass. Like, she's going to be like G.I. Jules or some shit. Okay, here's the first one. Y'all ready? Wait for this. She's a badass.
Haircut? Looks good. That's why I recognize you. Okay, ready? Right foot. Oh, left foot. Right foot. Right foot again. Left foot. Duck.
Boom! Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Listen to my teacher. Watch it again. She's going to kick some ass.
Looks good. That's why I recognize you. Okay, ready? Right foot. Oh, left foot. Right foot. Right foot again. Left foot. Duck.
Good job. All right, that's the first one. That's the first one, y'all. Okay, let's play the second one. Here we go. Like, don't mess with my grand. Don't mess with her. Don't mess with her. Watch. You hear all the parents? They're like, wow. Watch. Like, she literally broke that piece of wood with her foot, dude. I mean, I am a little biased here, okay? But he's like, hold on, take your wood with you. Oh, I know. Listen to my teacher. Oh, y'all, thanks for letting me share that. It's a joy. It really is. She's wonderful. She is. Yep. She ducked. She ducked like a boss. Oh my God. So proud of that little one though. Listen to my teacher. Listen to my teacher. When she did it before though, she was like, listen to my parents. Listen to my parents. She walks off in beast mode. I'm so proud. I love her. I love her more than life itself, you guys. More than my life itself, than anything I've ever loved in my life. It's amazing. I can't even talk about her without like getting a permagrin, you know? She called me the other day and she said, Yammy, she said, will you help me clean my room? We get on FaceTime and then like she does one thing at a time. Like I count and like timer or whatever. You know, all the things that you don't take the time to think to do when your kids are little. You just are like, clean your room, and you think they should just do it. But like they don't. And then you learn when you're a grandparent, you have to kind of make it fun for them. Yeah. Oh, y'all, she's so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I am blessed. Very much so. Very, very much so. Charlie, thanks. Thanks, Shell. She is so funny. Breaking wood with her foot. Like, how'd she even do that? Like, I really want to know how she did that. Because I don't know. I don't think I could even do that. But teaching them confidence and you know, self-defense. I love it. She does, Arlene. Thank you. You're right. You're right. She does an amazing job listening and accomplishing what she sets out to do. Yep. Like if you're going to do it, go big or go home. Don't half-ass the shit. Right? She loved that karate. She walks off like, Yeah, she's a cutie pie. So tomorrow I have her graduation from preschool. Oh, Lordy. Oh, we're back. Stand up. All rise. Welcome back, guys. We are back in Daybell land.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing. Please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Chad, please sit down.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
No, she won't, SW. She will not. And I'll make damn sure of it. Ain't gonna be no Play-Doh-lipped Chris Proudfoot in her life. Thanks, Michelle. She's got that's my son's daughter. She's got a good foundation there. If I do say so myself. Sit down, Chad. Damn. When Chad says when they say all rise, Chad Storm listens. Come on. Stop.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
Olive, I love you, Olive.
Please offer the counter for you. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank God.
A hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing
to
with
be
victim
muted at this
impact
point.
statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Oh man, here comes Colby. Colby Ryan. Lori's son.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today,
Rob Wood read his statement.
motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
Do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch what the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims, and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed, and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother,
Preach.
grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name, and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, "Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters." Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win, and none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy,
and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
Stand up!
Right. Do we think they're going to even have a decision today? I mean, it's noon. Maybe they do. Maybe they will. I don't know though. Like Angie said, it could go into
Thank you.
Monday.
Please be seated.
I think so. Let's listen to what this is like.
Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form.
Good job,
So
Olive.
before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply uh, based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
Robin?
All right, Chris.
Here's our President Count for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts, without more, cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates,
What's up,
but you are
Britt?
judges.
How you doing, girl?
As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Thank you
A life
so much,
sentence without possibility
SW,
of
and
parole
thank
under
you
Idaho law
so
means
much,
that a
Karen, for the
person must spend
membership.
the rest of his or her
I am
natural
on a
life in prison.
FaceTime. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you
If you
guys so
find
much.
that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So, counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. That was my grand giving me a call, and she's like, "Okay, when you hang up, don't say you're gonna cry."
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes.
Oh, we need to use the Elmo. Are we playing a video now? What's going on? She said, "Don't say you're gonna cry." I never tell her I'm gonna cry, and I'm like, I thought she wanted me to cry, so I was like, don't go. And she's like, no, you're supposed to just say, okay, I'll talk to you later.
I'll
I'm
just
like, okay.
inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Graphic images. Thank you so much, Explorer. She says,
Ladies and
I can't
gentlemen,
figure out the tip thing, but thank
labeling
you.
someone dark,
Hard work, opinions,
lowering
views,
their death
theories. Thank you.
percentage, marking them for
Closing
death.
arguments. I'm going to shut up.
What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by celestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death. Money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely. There were charred bones remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, "Either I am a man of God or I am not." Lori, when asked about believing Chad, "If Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one." Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt, with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Yep, he's going to talk about reasonable doubt. Y'all, this boom arm came with no instructions. Me and no instructions do not mesh.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them, dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping of the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. Court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
I disconnected my mic like a dummy, thinking that I could figure out this boom arm. So I'm literally manually holding the mic in my hand. I don't know how to do this. I know you said Google it.
All right, we'll be in recess.
So now we're in freaking recess and we don't know how long. Yikes. And it's 3 hours behind? I need Chad's chin to rest my mic on, for reals. Yeah, I mean, that's really all he can say. What did I do with that clamp thing? Hold on, guys. This thing is janky as hell. I should have gotten a better one. I don't know if it's going to work. The mic is way heavy. Now I want, oh, there it is. Turn on my camera. Okay, hold on. So, hang on. Okay, this is what I'm working with. Okay. I have this here. Let me unplug this. This isn't going to be the most sturdy setup in the world because this mic is so freaking heavy. I got it. So it's, at least you can hear me now. My mama didn't raise no dummy. Okay, here we go. I think we've got. Let's see. Okay. I was determined, but I still don't. I still don't know how to do this, so I'm gonna have to look that up later. Me and these boom arms do not work well together. Yeah, you couldn't hear me because my mic was unplugged. I mean, this is just stupid. So it came like. Well, it came like this, right? I know the mic is really heavy though. So this thing is kind of jank. See that? I don't think these little springs are going to hold so well. Guys, it's pretty janky. So it came with this end, right? And this. And then it came with this. Which, what the heck is this? And it's got like that on the bottom, right? And then it's got this weird slit in the side. So I'm assuming that this goes into the little slit thingy, but who knows? So the jury is deliberating. Who knows how long that will be? So maybe I need to upgrade because it was like falling forward. IKEA. I get excited about all this stuff, but I don't know how to use these. See, this one I have is okay. Hold on. This has been a long day, y'all. Long ass day. I told him to go to bed, and he did. See, I have to keep leaning into it because this is what I have right now. Look, it's janky. Everything I have for this mic is janky. Look at this. It's like not even sturdy. It's getting hot too. Yeah, I don't know why it's still moving around. Hold on. I'm going to unplug for a second. Hold on. Y'all made me turn on the camera and everything for this. Ta-da! Okay, that's much better. Have a nice nap, women. It goes, but is this two different pieces, Patrick? Like, are these just two different ways to mount this? What is this for? No, y'all can't leave and go nap. You got to stay here. We're waiting for Dumbbell. I'm just kidding. This doesn't make sense. See, I think it fits like that, but then is that how it's supposed to go? I definitely do not have an engineer's mind. That's for sure. And I absolutely hate putting together furniture. I should show you guys what I got from Aldi yesterday. It has to be put together. That sits on top of the piece in your left hand. But if I put it, it's got to be upright like this. Right? And then what am I clamping it to, though? Like, do you not use this with this? I guess that's my question. My question is, y'all, do you use this without this? Or do you need these two together? That's where I'm fucked. I did say, Aldi, do you want me to go get what I got? Get what I got. I would imagine that would need to go like this. Or like that. I'm trying. Yeah, Daphne, I'm trying.
So hot in her.
No, the boom arm is you need both. See, Patrick says I need both. Flo says no. That's where I'm confused. I hate these things. Why can't they just make them simpler? Look at you, Jess. I would look on YouTube. I'm just that I'm live right now. Goodness. If they're separate, then this doesn't connect to this anyhow. There's no way for it. Look, doesn't fit. Yeah, it's got to be both. It's got to be both. Now I got this thing. Oh, no, I didn't. So do you think it goes in the edge? See, it just shouldn't be this difficult. Or does it go in here? Is that how? Oh, I think I figured it out. Ta-da! We figured it out. So it goes like this. But, oh, I see. Then you put this in here and tighten. But which way does this go now? Like that? Ta-da! Now I gotta figure out where to put it. I guess, I don't know. I gotta figure out where to put it, but thank you. Yay! We did it. We did it. Play the Dora song. We did it. Howie Simo. We did it. Whatever they say. Yay. But I think this is supposed to go and hold this in. Something still ain't right. Because this shouldn't just come out. Or does it go like this? No. These things. Now shove it in and screw it. Clamp it to the edge of the desk. Okay. Let's do that right now. But it still flies out. Things were getting flung and swung. Okay, it's clamped, but it just came apart. This ain't right. Ah! Y'all, this is fucking stupid. I literally want to send it back. This thing is not, it's not going to hold my mic. I can connect all my equipment, like electronics, but boom arms, I've never liked them. That's why I have these weird stand ones. To everything, turn, turn, turn. Okay, I've got it screwed in. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not going to keep it here, but now we got that. There's a button on the base. See, why don't they? For God's sakes. It just keeps getting more and more complicated. Look at it. Look, I got it. I'll adjust it later. Thank you so much, guys. Flo, always love. I'll laugh at my own expense. You know that. Meredith, we're glad to have you here. Now I don't know how to get this thing off. Oh my God. Hold on. Okay. Ouch. And I hate the spring. I always get my fingers caught in those damn things. Like, I don't like them. And then they give you this Velcro thing. I never have figured out what the fuck you do with this. But yeah, it's like, I hope y'all can hear me all right. We'll get it together one of these days. We'll get it together one of these days. So what's for dinner tonight? What are we making for supper? Now it's loose again. Okay. I know. I know, but does anybody actually use those things for their mic wires? I feel like I just need to hold it. Hello, guys. We are live. We are waiting for Chad Daybell, the jury, to come back with their decision if he's going to get life in prison or if he's going to receive the death penalty. Spaghetti sounds good. Chicken. I know. I'm kind of at that point where I'm like sick of everything, you know? Let's see what you guys think about the death penalty here. 86% of you think that he'll get the death penalty. I agree. I think he will too. Barbecue chicken, baked beans, and potato salad. That sounds really good. Sam's rotisserie chicken. Yum. Panda Express. Yum. You guys are all having chicken tonight. I feel like chicken tonight. Like chicken tonight. Walk around like Phil Donahue. Pace back and forth. That's funny. I got to figure out what I'm having. What time is it? It's 4:20. Y'all, it's 4:20. You had sausage and onions and rice. I'm actually going to... Spaghetti with strawberry, blueberry, raspberry, vinaigrette salad. Yummy, Casey. Yeah, I just got a charcoal grill, I love charcoal grilling, and it's been too goddamn hot to do it. Although we did do it a couple nights ago. Fish and chippies. I love fish and chips, Ben. Mexican, says Megan. Beijing beef. I like the orange chicken. Finger licking, finger licking, finger licking, finger licking. Good. Do you guys remember that stupid ass restaurant or stupid ass commercial? I want almond boneless chicken too. It's only up north. Yeah, go off my time zone. Absolutely. Your daughter wants taco salad. I second that, Joe. Potato soup and salad. I love some potato soup. Baked ham. I'm not a fan of ham, but I know that lots of people like baked ham. That's one meat I do not eat. We're having pork chops, baked potatoes, and applesauce. Sounds yummy. You're cooking up some walleye. That sounds good. It's been so hot in Florida. LOL. I hate it. Me too, Austin. It's been really hot. Where are you at, Austin? Tampa? Don't you normally do pizza delivery on Fridays? I do, and I was just thinking about my Hawaiian pizza. Oh, looking beyond. Icky. Chicken salad with pecans, blueberries, pickles, and celery. Minus the pickles, that sounds amazing. Richard, yes, we'd love to talk food. Pork chops and applesauce. We are definitely foodies here. Tuscan portobello melt. Sounds good, Kathleen. Hope it turns out good. You're in Tallahassee. Take me back to the sweet, sassy, fressy. You're in Pensacola. Awesome. And you know what? I'm in Clearwater. It's hot as fuck. I'm like further south of you too. Let me tell you what the temperature is right now, according to my Weather Channel app. Ooh, how do you make a taco shell in your air fryer? Do tell. It is 95 here in Clearwater, Florida. Feels like 99. My thermostat is stuck at 81. I need a window air badly. I need to get one. Y'all need to see this ad I just got. I get the weirdest ads if you're new here. Like, my AI is so fucked up. I get the weirdest ads. Check out these sneakers that just came up in an ad for me. I'm not even sneaker shopping. But what in the world are those things with the fur? It's an advertisement for the app Goat, which is where they sell like name brand shit. But are those actual sneakers, or is this a weird AI ad? Someone help me here. It's like Oscar the Grouch met Britney Spears. Like, what is that? Corky, that's hot as hell. Hot as hell. What is it in Upper Michigan right now, Ben? I'm going to guess 70. 68. Like, is that an actual shoe or is that AI? That's what I want to know. I feel like it's AI. Comes with a mower. Is that like the yin and yang? Kelly? $75 in Clarkson, beautiful. Isn't that weird? I got the weirdest ads. $61 and a nice cool breeze. That sounds amazing. You know what? I watched that body cam and that girl had green shoes on last night. No, let me show you. Oh, they are called the Grinch? Let me see. Yeah, but the Grinch? No, these are the Grinch shoes, according to Google. Those had freaking hair on them. Oh, wait, you're right. Cactus plant? What? Nike cactus plant flea market Grinch? Oh my God. I'll go with the classics here. That's about as far as I would go. The originals. I forgot you guys can't see it good. That is weird. I can't find that exact same pair though. Some weird shit, man. They have the Grinch Stan Smith shoes. My dogs, little Morkies, would be lifting their leg on them and shit. 72 in Pennsylvania. How nice. Yeah, like the Hulk had a shoe baby with a Sasquatch. Sounds beautiful, Jill. My Grinchies. Weird. But yes, it is very, very hot. Very, very hot. And it doesn't look like there's any end in sight in the next week. It's just going to be hot. Well, I watched this body cam and the girl was wearing green and black Nikes and I noticed it because it matched her shirt. Maybe the grass is greener on the other side. Richard 72, that's so nice. 71, Becky says. Kansas City, Missouri, 70. Yeah, the humidity can bite it. It's really humid down here. You guys are having a lot of nice weather. My Golden stole shoes when she was little, but she doesn't anymore. She doesn't anymore. So what time will court stop then today? Almost 76 in Elmont. Beautiful. Beautiful. They're 2 hours behind, so it's 2:29 there. So like 2 more hours we could sit here. What if they haven't decided by the time they close? Then we're just sitting here for nothing. I think we should just do our Friday live. I don't know. Or maybe just wait till 7. What do you guys think? That way we can all eat. So they've got 2 more hours. Last night they were done after 6. Oh, Jesus. God almighty. God almighty. They're 2 hours. Wait, hold on. Alexa, what time is it in Ada County, Idaho?
In Ada County, it's 2:30 p.m.
It did. Thank you. 2:30. It's 2:30 p.m. Yeah, I mean, they would have to go back For the whole weekend? Golden retrievers are funny. I love them. Best dogs ever.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
I can't keep it open on this. I'm on my main computer. My mic is on this one. I can't do it on the other one. Not efficiently, anyways. Patrick says, what is the benefit of a death sentence? Wouldn't everyone prefer Chad to have to live with no parole? I think what people think is that, you know, death sentence means he'll be off this earth, but unfortunately, they pretty much get a life sentence anyways. Oh, I'd stay too. I'd be like, y'all, let's figure this out today, because I don't want to have to come back. And they've known all along that, you know, this is death penalty. So, we've been live for 6 freaking hours and still don't have. It's terrible. Still don't have any sentencing yet. They say why pay for them, but then we end up paying for them anyways because they get so many goddamn appeals that it ends up being a life sentence anyhow. So due to rights, you know. I still don't see a button I'm supposed to press on this thing, Patrick. Oh, there we go. I see. It comes out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they know what they want. The longest part will probably be filling out the paperwork, right? Zebra. That was a good question, though, Patrick. I think we all just wish it was a little faster, you know? Like, why pay for them to have 3 squares a day, a tablet, fucking, you know. I don't like it. One appeal and done. Yeah. We got so many rights. These prisoners have more rights than the victims. It is really sad. So what we can do here is Michelle Troconis got sentenced finally. Let's watch that. Fotis Doulos' woman. Oops.
This afternoon, we expect to learn the fate of Michelle Troconis, the
it's
Connecticut
sentencing
woman
day.
convicted of helping her boyfriend cover up the murder of Jennifer Doulos. Well, this morning at court, she was face-to-face with the Doulos family, including her sons and her mother, as they delivered emotional impact statements. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis was in court. He joins us live now outside the courthouse with more in Stamford. Marcus.
Mike, emotional indeed. The victim impact statements are now complete. The defense getting an opportunity for people to speak on behalf of Michelle Troconis. But so far this morning, she has been described as wanting to erase and replace Jennifer Doulos. Friends and family members of the slain mother of 5 using words like cold-blooded, cunning, callous, cruel and evil. Michelle Troconis entered the courtroom in handcuffs this morning. She has been in custody since she was convicted in March of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. The first person to deliver a witness impact statement was Gloria Farber, Jennifer's mother, who said her daughter wanted only to give and get love and to be a loving mother. Doulos disappeared on May 24th, 2019. At the time, she was going through a bitter divorce from Fotis Doulos, who was involved with Troconis at the time. Fotis died by suicide months after he was formally charged with killing his estranged wife at the home she was renting in New Canaan. Troconis provided an alibi, helped dispose of evidence including bloody clothing and garbage bins in Hartford, and cleaning a vehicle connected to the murder. Jennifer's body has never been found, a source of pain for loved ones. That has been expressed repeatedly today. The most powerful statements made by Doulos' children, now in their teens. Because of their age, they did not appear on camera. Instead, the lens focused on Troconis' emotional reaction, hearing how the loss of their mother has devastated their lives.
That day, you took away 5 children's source of comfort, our protector. You showed no remorse, and you have yet to show any to this day. You have sympathy only for yourself when you realize you will be punished. You expected to get away with it because you believe you are above the law. You thought nobody would suspect you and that all suspicion would fall on my dad.
Troconis is facing 45 years in prison. The judge expected to deliver that sentence later this afternoon.
45 years? Yikes. Oh, hang on. Did she actually get...
That means where
Here we go. Here's the sentencing of Troconis.
the legislature would have designated a single appropriate sentence for every offense. The charges here are conspiracy to commit murder, which is a Class B felony. The legislature has set the sentencing range, not less than 1 year, nor more than 20 years, which means the legislature contemplated, in some instances, sentences of no more than a year, and in the same instance, sentences of 20 years. The legislature has given the judiciary a range. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence is a Class D felony, maximum 5 years. Tampering with physical evidence, a Class D felony, maximum 5 years. Hindering prosecution is a Class C felony, not less than 1 year nor more than 10 years. The court relies on what the law states and what the law allows to be proper considerations in setting a sentence. The court relies on the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and background and character of the offender. After such consideration, the court turns to what are called the traditional purposes of sentencing: specific deterrence, general deterrence, punishment, incapacitation, rehabilitation, vocational or educational training, and medical treatment. Those factors are not all given equal weight depending on the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history, background, and character of the offender. The court does not take sides. If the court knew possibly any one of you and had a bond with any one of you, this court would not have tried that case. It's not the court's role to side or favor one side or another. Sentencing, in many ways, is a dispassionate exercise. The court has no bond with any individual who spoke today or any other individual involved in the case. The court cannot develop the passions that one side or the other has. In State versus Huey, that's 199 Connecticut 121 and 126, a 1986 case, the Connecticut Supreme Court held that the sentencing court may consider information that would be inadmissible at trial for the purpose of sentencing. That same court held that evidence of crimes for which the defendant was indicted but neither tried nor convicted may be considered. Well, the word indicted and the process of indictment is not generally employed in Connecticut. Essentially, that means where there has been a finding of probable cause, but there has been no trial or no conviction. Additionally, as a matter of due process, the court may consider information that has a minimum indicia of reliability. Now, that minimum indicia of reliability is not limited to unfavorable information. The court can consider favorable information that has a minimum indicia of reliability. The court certainly considers the victim impact statements. Every victim has the right to be heard before the court sentences a defendant. That's part of the Connecticut Victims' Bill of Rights, which is read every day in every courthouse here in Connecticut. The court would clarify what it perceives as perhaps a misconception of what the court's role is. The court does not deliberate with the jury. The court does not deliberate on the evidence at all. The court hears the evidence as the evidence comes into the record. So when you hear that the court has a view of the evidence, the court has no view of the evidence. What the court has is a verdict and what could have been the reasonable and logical inferences from the evidence that was adduced. The court would not know what the jury discussed over those many hours. What the court can find is this. It was clear during the jury instructions, that the court instructed the jury that it may draw any reasonable and logical inferences from the facts found to have been proven. Based on the verdict, the jury could have found the following reasonable and logical inferences. Fotis Dulos was not home at 4 Jefferson Crossing the morning of May 24th when his wife was murdered, but the defendant said he was home. When the defendant admitted that he was not home, the defendant, who had been angry about Dulos's talking to other women, did not even ask him where he had been. The defendant, who was angry that he had visited his wife, did not ask him if he had visited her. In fact, the defendant, as the court remembers the evidence, didn't ask him anything. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant knew where he was and knew what he was doing. The defendant said she saw Kent Mawhinney and Fotis Dulos together in the office at 4 Jefferson Crossing on the morning of May 24th, but the defendant did not see Fotis Dulos and Kent Mawhinney in the office at 4 Jefferson Crossing on the morning of May 24th. There was a phone call made to Doulos' phone, which Doulos left intentionally at 4 Jefferson Crossing. The defendant answered it, and the jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference from all of the evidence that the defendant answered the phone to make it appear that Doulos took the call himself on the morning of May 24th at 4 Jefferson Crossing, when he was really on his way to or in New Canaan. When a police officer came to 4 Jefferson Crossing soon after the murder, the defendant did not even go to the door, even though her daughter, who was not home, may have been the subject of that conversation at the door. Now, it has been clear that the defendant cares deeply for her daughter. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant did not go to the door because the defendant knew the reason the officer was there, to find out more about the disappearance of Jennifer Doulos. These are reasonable and logical inferences from the facts that were adduced of the case during the trial. The defendant traveled through a part of Hartford with Doulos as he dumped the bloody clothing of his wife. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that on the same day, the defendant helped him pretend he was home in the morning, but in the evening accompanied him to get rid of the evidence. The defendant's DNA profile was found on one of the bags disposed of in Hartford. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant helped dispose of the evidence knowingly. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant helped Otis Doulos clean up traces of evidence at 80 Mountain Spring Road because the defendant and Doulos were there together cleaning on the same day that Tacoma traveled to New Canaan. This is a flurry of irregular activity all on the same day. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the activities of that day were so irregular that the defendant could not possibly forget them in the span of 2 weeks. Even if the jurors individually had doubts about the defendant's guilt, each one of them ultimately concluded that their doubts were not reasonable. This is not a view of the court's view of the evidence. These are logical and reasonable inferences that the jury could have drawn. The court is going to talk a little about the philosophy of sentencing. Sentencing is not a product of the court's passions or prejudices. The court doesn't have a bond with anyone involved in the case. It's a dispassionate exercise. The court did not investigate the case. The court did not talk to the victims. The court has no conversation with the defendant or the defendant's family. So there are some questions that are age-old. Does the court, the sentencing court, adopt the public opprobrium, the indignation of the community? When does retribution turn into revenge? What's the role of empathy? Should the court exercise sympathy for one side or another? These are age-old questions. The court relies on what the law says. The court can consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history, background, and character of the offender. Every exercise is not an either-or exercise. Often, the good and the bad are true. What is the purpose of the court taking into consideration the victim impact statements? Is that only for the purpose of sympathy? The court uses the victim impact statements to assign, in its view, the proper weight to any one of those traditional purposes of sentencing. Sentencing is not arbitrary or capricious. It's not a matter of how the judge feels that day. The court wants to also address what has become, over the course of perhaps centuries, perhaps not, a cliche. Michelle Troconis' life is in your hands. Michelle Troconis' life is in her own hands. What Michelle Troconis decides to do today, tomorrow, and the next day is up to her. From what the court has heard, she has a great deal to offer. The court has no control over what her decisions will be. Her life is hers. The following sentences are going to run concurrently. On the count charging conspiracy to commit murder, 20 years execution suspended after 14 and a half years to serve, 5 years probation. Tampering with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. The second count of tampering with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. Hindering prosecution, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years probation. After 4 years, rather, 5 years probation. Total effective sentence, 20 years, execution suspended after 14 and 1/2 years, 5 years probation. You will have an opportunity to challenge every finding that the jury made and every ruling that the court made. Madam Clerk, you can give the defendant her notice of right to appeal.
Judge, I'm going to orally state that Mr. Troconis does intend to appeal and ask the court to set a reasonable appeal bond. I will state that the appeal bond that the court set was not something that Ms. Troconis or her family were able to meet. I'm asking for something more in line with what she had been released on bond for the last 5 years. I would note that after Your Honor went on vacation, the state asked for additional conditions, which included making her move to Connecticut and remain within the bounds of Connecticut. My position, Your Honor, is the court obviously took that into consideration when it set that high bond, that she was not a resident of Connecticut, because that's what the state had then argued. I'm asking that if she's going to be released, that the court set a $2 million bond, but with a condition that she reside in Connecticut and not leave without permission. And,
Counsel, the court is going to decline to set an appeal bond. Not a constitutional right. Has the defendant signed the notice of right to appeal? Stand adjourned.
All rise.
She had her lawyer asked for an appeal bond. The judge was like, no, that is not happening, honey. Sorry. Bye-bye. Gosh. So we have two sentencing, we had Treadmill guy found guilty of manslaughter. Now check this out. Look at this. We need Katie Proudfoot to step up and do the right thing. Listen to this.
Tonight, the Jefferson County mother who admitted to killing 2 of her children today, now named and charged.
Investigators say this woman, Ashley Parmalee, went to the Festus Police Department today
to admit to that crime. Tonight, this case, of course, sending shockwaves all throughout the bi-state. In fact, a robust investigation is underway in multiple counties tonight.
In the last hour, the 36-year-old Peebly woman has been charged with murder. Right now, she is being held without bond at the Jefferson County Jail.
And Jefferson County deputies do say Palmleaf confessed to shooting and killing her 9-year-old daughter and drowning her 2-year-old son.
Tonight, the father of the 9-year-old girl killed, posting to Facebook, reading in part, "Scarlett is no longer with us. She loved everybody she ever met and loved everything in the world. She had no hate in her heart. I'm not sure what words to say."
I'm not sure as a parent you're supposed to have words in that situation. That's a statement no parent is ever prepared to write. Our Justin Andrews following this for us all day today. And Justin, there are certainly still a lot of questions about this case.
Yes, Sam, I got to be honest with you. All of our hearts should be shattered by this. Why would a mom do this? That's the question so many people are asking, especially after this 36-year-old Ashley Parmalee walked inside of the Festus Police Department this morning and admitted to killing her 2 children. This case even disturbing investigators.
I spoke with one of the officers guarding the crime scene out here earlier, and he said, "Sheriff, this was a tough one."
A tough one for investigators and the Festus community.
Around here, you just don't hear of that. It's terrible.
Judy Nesbitt lives across the street from Festus Police. The parking lot, now a crime scene after the Jefferson County Sheriff says a 36-year-old mother walked right into the police station Tuesday morning at 10:30 and admitted to killing 2 of her children. The body of her 9-year-old daughter outside of PD in her car.
We now have evidence located in St. Francis County.
That evidence leads investigators to believe it's possible the mom shot and killed her 9-year-old daughter in St. Francis County before drowning her 2-year-old son at the Timber Creek Resort off Highway 67.
They haven't even started life, really.
The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says it's still unclear the timeline of this case, but says the kids were alive this morning. Sheriff Dave Marshak says the mom has several unknown addresses throughout Festus. First Alert 4 uncovered one address here. Nobody was home.
It makes you wonder what everybody's thinking. It's a scary thought the way things are going nowadays.
Right now, there's no motive, and detectives are working to piece this lengthy investigation together. The news is clamping the minds of first responders and the whole community.
So many people in our community will be impacted by this. I would ask for additional prayers tonight.
Absolutely. Prayers are indeed needed. Now, I did reach out to the dad of 9-year-old Scarlett. He is understandably just shaking and reeling over this. He did tell me that he wants his daughter's memory to be as big as her heart. As for that mom, she is sitting in the Jefferson County Jail, and her charges include, like you mentioned earlier, she's facing that 2nd-degree murder charge. We do know there is some type of prayer vigil tomorrow in Crystal City. We're live in Festus tonight. I'm Justin Andrews, First Alert 4.
Just a heartbreaking case. Justin, thank you. And throughout the day, First Alert 4 Investigates has been looking into the mother, now identified as Ashley Parmalee. We have been going through public records, learning more information about the family, and we know Parmalee made a lot of public Facebook posts. Late last night, she changed her profile picture to this, a black circle. We also saw a social media post of photos with her kids and a post about gun rights saying they should not be infringed. This is a developing story that we will continue to follow. We are also hearing from the Festus School District. We have that statement online. You can also follow the latest on air, online, and on the First Alert 4 News app. And really important, just a reminder for anyone, if you or someone you know is in a crisis and needs help, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 any time of the day to talk to someone who can help.
Unbelievable. I mean, what is going on here, man? So she walks into the police station. Oh my God. Okay, we have a Grady Judd. A police officer filmed naked teen girls. Oh my God. And sent videos to coworkers. Florida police officer. He is accused of sending videos of teenagers engaged with drugs and alcohol inside his home. OMG. There had to have been signs. Like, did she live alone, Kimmy? Was she separated from the dad? Who's the dad of the baby?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today.
Oh, he's pissed.
I have a couple of issues to speak with you about. The one that we called you about, and we'll talk about that first, but we had a double traffic fatality, and some of you asked about that, so we'll present that information later. With me today is Acting Chief Walker from the Bartow Police Department. Their agency received information from men and women of the police department of inappropriate conduct by a police officer. I can tell you Acting Chief Walker is a professional in every sense of the word, and so were the people that came to him and his supervisors saying, hey, this just doesn't look right. They began looking into the event, and it appeared to them that this event happened outside the city of Bartow, so they did not have investigative jurisdiction. So they notified the sheriff's office. We work with the Bartow Police Department every day.
Oh, damn. This guy was a Bartow police officer in another county, but he lived in Grady, Judd's county. So this Bartow police chief called up Grady Judd and said, hey, Grady, one of my officers is doing some shady shit. Wow. See? Even officers are coming forward and saying something isn't right. Right?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Day, and we're willing to work with them. What we determined is a Bartow police officer had created a relationship with 4 teenagers. They were white females. 2 of them were 18, one of them was 17, and one of them was 16. And during this relationship, we found out that 3 of our victims went to Kathleen High School, 1 went to Auburndale High School. And he took them to his house in Lake Wells. And here's the police officer, Mark Anthony Fernandez. He's 24 years of age. He started his career at the Bartow Police Department, came to the sheriff's office for a short period of time, returned to the Bartow Police Department. And this investigation unfolded. Our detectives learned that he had a video clip that he was sharing, Snapchat video, with people at the police department, and they looked at it and say, hey, these girls look underage. Hey, one of these girls that was 18 was wearing a Bartow police jacket. Well, he was not only videoing these girls.
Oh my God.
In different stages of undress at his apartment, but he was directing one of the juveniles to perform a sex act on the 18-year-old. And she did. And it was recorded.
Oh my God.
And he shared it with police officers in Bartow. Then, as other videos came to light during our investigations, we had to find out who all the ladies were. We found that there was other incriminating evidence. He was providing them at this party he had at his house, and he picked them up and took them there. Marijuana gummies. That's right. Oh, you remember those marijuana gummies that are only supposed to be for medicinal purposes for people that are very sick? This police officer was providing them to a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and 2 18-year-olds.
Wow.
Oh, did I tell you he was providing alcohol to them? So they were partying down, taking videos of them vaping cannabis, eating THC gummies, and drinking alcohol, all of which is is illegal under the age of 21. In addition to that, he told one of the 18-year-olds and the 17-year-olds that he gets excited sexually from choking people.
Oh my God.
So he choked the 18-year-old unconscious. Did you hear what I said? He choked the 18-year-old unconscious. She said that she allowed him to choke her. But he also choked the 17-year-old, and she said, I did not allow him to choke me, and he choked me so much that it scared me. So now we've got him having illicit sexual conduct with 2 children for his personal sexual gratification. He does that after he provides them THC gummies, alcohol, and then he has this recorded on his device and he's sharing it. So he's got a litany of criminal charges coming his way. And then, of course, there's child-related victim crimes. So you can see the long list of criminal charges. He's currently in the county jail. He's refused to resign. So I will let Acting Chief Walker talk to you about what they are doing and their piece of this. But I compliment the chief and his staff for doing the right thing. They immediately began an investigation when they heard of it, and they ultimately turned it over to us when their investigation showed that it occurred outside the city limits of Bartow. Chief?
Thank you. Officer Fernandez was hired by the Bartow Police Department on 12/16 of 22 for the second time. As the sheriff said, we received information from one of our civilian employees that she had received a video. She had the ability to record the video from Snapchat and provide it to us. We had concerns about the content of the video. We attempted to identify the people in the video unsuccessfully. And that's when we got more information, heard that one of them might be as young as 15, might have gone to school in the Bartow area, so we tried to follow up on that unsuccessfully. Nobody could identify her. On an unrelated trip to Officer Fernandez's house, we recognized the background as the background in the video. From that, because it was in Lake Wales, we reached out to the Sheriff's Office for assistance, and then their investigation has found what it has found. He is on paid administrative leave right now, pending a pre-disciplinary hearing that's scheduled for Monday.
You said he was hired again in December 2022?
Yeah, he worked for us prior. He worked for Bartow from September 21st, 2020 till October 22 of 21, and then went to the Sheriff's Office. He worked for the Sheriff's Office from October 25 of 21 to December of 22, and then came back to work for us.
Knowing that he worked for both of your agencies, I don't know if both of you want to speak or one would rather, just knowing that you entrust your officers, deputies, to protect the community, especially children or, young teens and adults in this case, how does it feel to have to respond to a situation like this with one of your own?
It's very disappointing. We do very in-depth background checks. They go through psychological screening just to try to make sure we're picking the right candidates. But obviously, nothing's perfect, and people change, and it's very disappointing to see this happen. We all wear this patch and this badge as, it's a sign of public trust, and it's unfortunate when somebody violates that and puts that into question for the community. We really don't want that, and that's why we do a good job of policing our own. We try to hold them very accountable.
What was happening on Monday? I'm sorry, Chief. You said Monday was a hearing?
A pre-disciplinary hearing, yes, sir.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's a right for him to be heard, due process, to hear what he has to say prior to any discipline being rendered. Under Florida State Statute 112, the Police Officer Bill of Rights, he has some rights to that, and so we have to follow through with that.
Will it at that point be determined whether he'll remain on leave or be terminated?
Correct.
If the option is, if the decision is to terminate him, will he be paid from paid administrative leave, or will that be?
I'm sorry?
He's on paid administrative leave since February. If the decision is made to terminate him, does he owe that back, or is that kept to him?
No, it stays with him.
Sheriff, how did he meet these girls?
He met them online through social media. And he created a relationship with one of them, and they introduced another, and then they introduced another. They were all friends. And there was another event where they apparently went to a party in Frostproof. So we know of 2 events. We are still investigating the Frostproof party, but we know that he brought them specifically to his house in Lake Wells to give them mind-altering drugs, and then to engage them in different sexual behavior. And in addition to that, they were in some state of undress, some totally, some partially, as it's described to me. But quite frankly, you ask, how does it make us feel? It makes me elated to arrest him and put him in jail. This guy is a bad guy. He fooled his way into the system, and then he acted like a fool, and he got arrested. And I'm happy about that. And he was stupid enough to do it. Then he was really stupid to video it. Then he was really stupid to show it to his colleagues at work who said, time out. They're professionals. So you play stupid, stupid, stupid games, you win stupid, stupid, stupid prizes, okay? And right now, he's locked up in the county jail, so his predis can be why he's in jail. That is a protocol that the police department's required to go through that's provided. That's why he's not terminated today. But you can rest assured that the Bartow Police Department, once they complete their due process, and if their due process shows what our criminal investigation showed, that if he doesn't resign, he will be terminated. And in any event, all of this is going to be reported to the FDLE system that's in place to oversee all law enforcement officers in the state of Florida. This is a bad guy.
Bad dude.
He's a deviant. And he's there with children. I mean, did you hear what I said? A 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, 2 18-year-olds, and he's being stupid and crazy and out of control? Well, right now we have him in control in the jail.
Have you spoken to the girls' parents? If so, were their reactions?
The investigation's underway, and those kind of conversations we don't share publicly.
More young women or teens that potentially had some sort of interaction with him?
We have no investigative information at this time, but if there are other young ladies, teenagers that may have had an inappropriate interaction with him, we absolutely, totally want to know about it, because there's nothing warm.
Shit, go back in time. Go back on his devices. They should be going back in time to when he first got a badge and seeing what the fuck he did. You know what I'm saying? Thorough investigation on anyone who dupes a sheriff's department background, a city cop background, and is transferred to and from sounds a little suspicious to me.
Warm my heart more than to add more criminal charges to him.
And they were all high school students, correct? Or?
They either were attending high school or had attended high school. Some of them had dropped out. The 3 of them went to Kathleen High School. 1 of them attended Auburndale High School. But as I understand, some of them had dropped out, but that was their last school of attendance.
Do you know about how long he knew them for?
No. It obviously, that is part of the investigation, but it started out with him chatting with one online. I think Snapchat's how they began.
When did that begin?
It was, do you know, Chief, it actually started
Chief is ashamed.
before we were
He's
into it.
beside himself.
I do not know the information on that.
No.
They don't know when it started.
That the first video discovered was sent on Snapchat to a civilian member of the department.
One of our crime scene techs, a female.
Did he say anything? Has he said anything at all?
He said he needed a lawyer. We agreed with him. He
So a female came forward. Is this what I'm understanding? Hold on. It was sent on Snapchat to a civilian
member of the department?
One of our crime scene techs.
It was sent on Snapchat to a female crime scene tech, but not to any males. Or do they really mean the only one that came forward was the female? That's what I would ask. Is the only person that received that Snapchat that came forward the female, or did other people receive it as well? And maybe they will ask that.
A female.
Did he say anything? Has he said anything at all?
He said he needed a lawyer. We agreed with him. He needs a real good one because, you know, the lawyer can watch and wave goodbye as we load him up and send him to prison one day, because that's our goal if he's convicted.
Sheriff, you said that you didn't think that they were necessarily different victims, but you did mention the second incident in Frostproof. Do you believe the same girls were there for that?
We know they supposedly went to a party in Frostproof, so we're seeking any information there, and we will certainly be willing to make the appropriate charges if we can develop the evidence from that party. So, yes, we'd like to know about that as well.
Sheriff, one last, maybe you mentioned this. There's a line in this news release about him going into a bedroom at his residence where the 16-year-old was and began to touch her and choke her.
Yes, I mentioned that when he choked her, and he admitted that he got sexual gratification by choking people. He choked the 18-year-old unconscious, and he obtained sexual gratification from that. And he also choked the other child who is still a juvenile, under the age of 18. And yes, he inappropriately touched them. So.
Any other disciplinary actions or anything that was out of the ordinary with him before this came up?
I can tell you he was involved in a officer-involved shooting that was totally legitimate. A man had robbed a place with a firearm in Highland City, and we were in pursuit of the guy when Bartow Police was called to assist us in that investigation, and they located him. And the guy pulled a gun on them, and he and his partner shot and ultimately killed the guy who had just committed the robbery with a firearm. But as far as disciplinary action, I'm not sure of any disciplinary action at this time. But obviously, that will be part of the follow-up investigation, and y'all may find an interest in that to see if there has been other
he'll be
disciplinary
transparent.
action. But obviously, if there was disciplinary action that had anything to do with children, kids, drinking, that we would have that today.
Okay, so they have to look into it.
But it's unbelievable.
I want to know
polygraphs,
more.
you give psychologicals, you do background investigations, and still every now and then someone slips through the system. And what's important to point out, there's no other industry that gives polygraphs and psychological but law enforcement. So when you see
someone
that
slip past that,
he got through the system, yeah, he did with this craziness that he did. But when you go to your doctor, to your dentist, put your kids in school, with other jobs of trust, your pharmacist, they don't stand up to psychologicals and polygraphs. So you just don't know what you don't know. But what we know about this guy, he's a bad guy. Yeah. He's a sexual deviant. And he wanted to focus on young girls. And we have locked him up in jail where he needs to be. Okay? This is a horrible event. Happened at 8 o'clock this morning on Highway 37 at the Fort Greene Mine Road.
Okay, now he's going to talk about a car accident, but shocking. He got through a polygraph and a background check. Oh my God. There are some weird ass people. Look at this. Charges. Man killed his pregnant sister in Lakeville because she was no longer innocent. Oh my goodness. Convicted pimp refuses to be sentenced in Las Vegas?
Meantime, a convicted pimp refuses to be sentenced in court this morning.
Only our 8 News Now investigators were there as he tried to argue with the judge.
Vanessa Murphy has this story that you'll only see here. Now, we do want to warn you, there is content of a sensitive nature in this report.
It's no secret sex trafficking is a major problem, especially here in Las Vegas. Richard Babb's case is an example. Prosecutors say the now convicted pimp victimized 4 teenaged girls. He could face 59 years to life in prison, and he is still putting up a fight. Richard Babb trying to argue with Clark County District Court Judge Michelle Levitt and also trying to hide from our camera. This was supposed to be the 23-year-old man's sentencing Tuesday morning, but he's blaming his defense attorney, even calling him a monster.
Leaving me dry, leaving me out, just oblivious to everything that's going on in my case.
Defense attorney Ozzie Fumo, appearing here virtually, is a longtime and well-regarded figure in the Las Vegas legal community. Babb has gone through several attorneys.
Are we still calling these men pimps? PIMPs? The fuck? I thought this was 2024.
We reached out to Fumo about what unfolded here. He declined to comment. Babb could spend the rest of his life in prison. Prosecutors say his victims include 13 and 14-year-old girls he gave marijuana to in exchange for oral sex after communicating on Snapchat, and 2 15-year-old girls he sex trafficked.
Snapchat again.
Asking one to walk the blade, meaning work as a prostitute for him. She testified he dropped her off on Tropicana, a well-known corridor for sex work. She was rescued after Metro Police found her in a car with a John. Babb went to trial, the jury finding him guilty of 10 counts, including sex trafficking a child, sexual assault with a minor, soliciting a child for prostitution, and more.
I cannot.
Judge Levitt agreeing to postpone Babb's sentencing while he remains defiant.
I don't trust that.
Babb is expected back in court on June 6th. Reporting in Las Vegas.
Unbelievable. Half this shit I haven't even heard about. This is just me scrolling my feed. The crap. Very disturbing.
And now to mourning in Lakeville for Bethany Israel. Families say she was having dinner with her brother, Jack Ball, when she was killed last week.
Jack Ball?
She was around 18 weeks pregnant at the time. And tonight, that brother is now charged with her murder. Richard Reeve joins us live from Lakeville tonight with what we're learning about the investigation in this awful situation, Rich.
Yeah, Lindsay, in court documents, police say they found papers written by Ball. He said he was angry that his sister got pregnant. Neighbors say they've never seen a case like this.
Flowers, a cross, and a message of prayer outside this Lakeville home, where Bethany Israel, shown here with her husband Josh, was killed.
I would never imagine anything like this happening.
They all say that.
Court documents say the 30-year-old went to have dinner here Thursday with her brother, Jack Ball. When family members did not hear from her, Israel's mother told police he drove to the home, saw Ball quickly leaving, and called 911 when she found blood inside. Cindy Bond lives across the street.
My husband heard a female, he thought it was a female scream, and then, like, probably a minute thereafter, I heard shouting and the car peel out.
Prosecutors say arriving officers found multiple weapons and what appeared to be body parts. Officers found Ball in Rosemount after getting a 911 call about a man seen on a Ring camera on the front step of a home there. Police say he appeared to have a self-inflicted knife wound to his throat.
My God.
Family members later told police Israel was pregnant with her first child.
It's been difficult being right across from this. It's really a nice neighborhood. We rarely have any issues. That's a sad thing.
Court documents say police found several journals and other handwritten paperwork belonging to Ball. In them, he wrote he was angry with his sister because she was pregnant and, in his words, no longer innocent.
I feel for this family, that poor mother.
What's it his
she's going
business?
through. It's very sad.
Prosecutors
Where is
have called the
Lakeville?
allegations in this case deeply disturbing and horrific. Ball remains in the hospital. His bond is set at $2 million. He faces a court hearing on June 10th. Reporting live, Richard Reeve, 5 Eyewitness News.
You know, I was just thinking. We can start our watching of the things and just have Daybell on the side. So why don't we do that? I mean, people are just losing their fucking minds, guys. I mean, we can do that. We can do that. Killer mom gets caught with son's blood on her shoes. The fuck? Hold on.
Got some blood drops on your shoes.
A Washington woman is accused of murdering her 4-year-old son, stabbing him dozens of times and leaving his body along the interstate.
Sorry. What the fuck? Leaving his body along the interstate?
That's the last time we heard from her.
The case begins on March 27th in Everett, Washington, just north of Seattle. At about 7 o'clock that morning, 4-year-old Ariel Garcia was last seen. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his grandparents reported him missing under mysterious circumstances.
How you doing?
Yeah.
You okay? Yeah, sure. Nothing on you?
No.
Okay.
You guys give us some privacy.
I haven't heard of this one, guys.
Nothing in your bra. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just pick and make? You don't need to reach in. I'll just.
Thank you. Do you know why we're here?
Are you okay if I open the zipper?
Why are you guys here?
What's going on today?
Can I open the zipper?
Yeah.
Just checking there. Thank you. I just want to make sure before.
What's going on today with you? And sounds like the cops have been talking to you already.
Yeah. Body camera video shows sheriff's deputies catch up with 4-year-old Ariel's mother, Jeanette Garcia. She was at an alcohol rehab center in Ridgefield, Washington, about 3 hours south of where her son was last seen. Almost right away, first responders noticed something is off with Jeanette.
So she went to she got rid of her son and then went to an alcohol rehab center?
You got some blood drops on your shoes.
Jeanette plays this off, saying her son fell in the morning.
Yeah. So my son fell this morning earlier.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but I was able to take him to the doctors and everything was okay. I took him with another lady so she can watch him for me because I wasn't staying at home. I had problems going on with my parents and they didn't let me in the house. So I was staying with another lady. She was super sweet. That's where my son fell. And then, but we left. So I was like, okay, so I went to another lady's house and I told her if she could watch him for me. I wanted to come get, I wanted to fully recover. I'm an alcoholic. So I was like, if you can watch him for me for 12 months, that'd be.
For 12 months? Wait, I got to put this on normal speed because this chick owns something. If you can watch him for 12 months while I get clean, it'll be all good?
So I was like, okay, so I went to another lady's house and I told her if she could watch him for me. I wanted to come get, I wanted to fully recover. I'm an alcoholic. So I was like, if you can watch him for me for 12 months, that'd be amazing, because I'm not talking to my mom, and she's the one that has like just like a notarized paper saying that she has legal custody of them, but I have legal custody of them. She's not letting me see my older son, so I'm a little
That would be really hard.
yeah, I'm a little bit upset about that one. So I'm here now and everything's okay.
Here's where the story goes off the rails. Jeanette says she left Ariel with another lady, but beyond that, she doesn't have any information.
We want to make sure that he's safe and know where he is. Who's the friend that you left him with?
I left him with another lady. I don't have her information.
Oh, well, that's not going to cut it. We got to figure out where he's at. Where can you, like, tell me the location where somebody could go and check on him and make sure he's okay?
In like SeaTac area.
Okay.
Seattle.
More specific?
I don't have an address.
I mean, at least Casey Anthony said Zanny the nanny, for fuck's sake.
Eventually, she brings up the name of her friend, but says she doesn't have her contact info.
Nothing. Who's the friend? How do you know the person that... How did you pick the person?
She's a longtime friend that I know.
Okay, what's her name?
Alika. That's all I know. Alika Bone.
Alika Bone? Okay. And you've known her?
Or anything?
Okay. But you've known her for a long
Alika Bone? Is that even a person?
time? So how did you reach out to her?
So I reached out to her because I needed help.
How did you reach out to her?
I found her number on my old Facebook, but I no longer have a Facebook anymore.
Okay.
So something you sign back into? And...
Who does that sound like? I don't have Facebook anymore. I don't have Facebook because I'm not on there. I don't have Facebook anymore. You know why? Because there was evidence on the motherfucker, and they think when they delete it that it goes away, but it don't. I deleted my Facebook and it did, but the data's still there.
Because I needed help.
How did you reach out to her?
I found her number on my old Facebook, but I no longer have a Facebook anymore.
Okay.
So something you sign back into? And...
No.
No? You just deleted it all?
I delete it all the time. So
Yeah. You found it today on your old Facebook? And her name is?
You found it today and then deleted it. Okay.
Alika Bone.
Alika Bone? Like B-O-N-E? Okay. And she's like,
I lick a bone. I lick a bone.
in the SeaTac area. You understand we just need to make sure that he's okay, and then
yeah,
we can just do that, and then we can leave you be, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
When sheriff's deputies ask for more information, Jeanette is extremely vague.
So how do we find Alika?
I don't know.
Can you describe to me how you got there from Providence?
So I just drove from there to Seattle, and then that's it.
You drove from Providence to Seattle to Alika's house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you drive on the freeway?
She think this is funny and a joke.
How long did it take you to get there?
Like 2 hours.
2 hours. And what car were you driving?
My car. So just like 1 hour or so.
And what kind of car do you have?
I have a Nissan.
Okay. Where's that car now?
I don't have it with me.
Okay.
So.
Where's it at?
I left it at her house, and then I came over here on the bus.
The cats are like, we're out of here. She's nuts.
Okay, what, do you remember what exit you took?
I don't know.
First responders then asked Jeanette about the timeline of events one more time.
She's
So
yawning.
just to clarify, you go from Everett to the hospital in Everett. You get him checked out. You drive to your friend in SeaTac. You leave the car there. You leave him there, and you take a bus from SeaTac down here. Okay. And that all happened today.
Yeah.
So
pretty expensive ticket. Get a C-Tram bus to come down here?
No, actually, it was only like $30.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your first name again?
Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Jeanette herself is the one who brings up lying when sheriff's deputies explain her story isn't adding up.
You're not
lying.
You have a longtime friend that you reach out to leave your son with, who you obviously care about very much.
I love him with all my heart.
Yes, and you're expressing how upset you are about what's going on between you and your mom and the custody of him and your older son. I think that's horrible. So I know that you're not going to go leave your son with somebody and you don't know where he is.
Yeah, no.
So you do know where he is?
No, I know where he is. I know where he's at.
Tell me where he's at.
I don't have the address for him.
Okay, how can we find the address for him?
I don't know.
Did you put it in your phone?
No.
To get there? Okay, Alika, you know where your son is because you're a mom who loves her son very much, and you didn't
I'm
just...
not Alika. I'm Jeanette.
I'm sorry, Jeanette.
Yeah.
Alika, you took him...
Wait a minute, they called her Alika. They called her Alika Bone. Hey, pause out for kitty cuteness alert. Hashtag pause out.
somewhere, and you're going to go back to him, and you know where he is. So tell me where he's at so we can make sure that he's okay or what's going on.
So he's not, I mean, he's there. He's with her, but
tell
he's
me
not
how
with
to
me.
go check on him.
I can give you an address.
Okay, what's the address?
I don't know. You have to write it down.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
When he fell, where'd he get hurt?
Just he on his head, but he fell on the ground and he hurt himself.
Heads are the worst, dude.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find, I don't even...
Heads are the worst.
How old's your son?
He is 5. So I don't know if this is the right one. And Seattle, Washington. So 57. 01.
Yep.
232nd Avenue, Seattle, Washington.
Where did you get that address from just now?
From the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where you remember leaving him.
So yeah, Alika. That's her
Okay.
name.
5701, yeah?
5701.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
And-
Alika?
Mhm.
How do you spell that?
Alica.
Okay.
Last name is Bonn.
B-O-N-N?
Yeah.
Bone?
Jeanette tells deputies her only plan is to remain at the rehab center for 12 months. She isn't sure how she'll communicate with her son during that time.
So, and if you guys can't find him or whatever, this is where I'm going to be for the next 12 months. But I mean,
They
he's
check
there.
They check you in.
How did you guys discuss that you're obviously gonna communicate with him still? You want to check on...
She says if you guys can't find him or whatever, this is where I'm going to be for the next year. What?
on him
Right.
and all that. How are you guys going to communicate?
Well, I'm not going to have my phone. I'm not going to use my phone because
Okay.
I'm going to be here for the next 12 months.
Okay.
So if anything, I don't know what else.
Okay.
That's it.
You didn't discuss that with Alika before you left?
Yes, I discussed it with her. I'm going to be here for 12 months, and then, but before that,
Alika's like, okay.
I don't speak to my parents or anything like that because we got into an altercation. So, but this is where I'm going to be.
She also offers first responders the backstory of her addiction.
Tell me about your alcoholism. How long have you been dealing with that?
I've been drinking alcohol.
Or if you don't mind telling me. You don't
Yeah,
have
it's
to tell me.
okay.
It's not
I've
my
been here.
business,
This is like my third. Okay, I've been here this is like my third year here.
Okay.
So I did 11 months in recovery because I was never like an alcoholic. I was more like of a drug user. So the only drug I ever used was meth.
Yeah.
And I used it for roughly like 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
I came to finally get clean on and off,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
I tried it one time and then years passed and then I do it again and then
Right.
years passed.
Sure.
So I'm here now. I did a full year of recovery, 11 months. And then I did my second year, coming back and doing the group and stuff like that. So 2 years. This is my third year clean. I started drinking a lot because I was like, okay, I'm not a drinker.
This is normal speed.
I was a drug
use
user.
drugs, so
Right.
alcohol's okay.
So
Yeah.
alcohol's fine. I'm like, it's a socialized thing
Sure.
that everybody does. I'm
Yeah.
going to go out. I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to do this. Well, I drank to the point where I can drink a whole bottle of just like liquor. So I'm like, now I'm an alcoholic.
Gotcha.
So I started to have all kinds of problems, and then now I'm back here hoping I can get clean again. It just depends.
Well, I'm glad you're in a space where you feel safe, that you feel like that can work for you. I hope it does.
Yeah.
Again, first responders ask about 4-year-old Ariel's injuries.
He jumped from the bed that we were sleeping on to the ground, and then he just got blood on his head, and so I had him taken to the doctor, and so he's doing good.
Okay. Okay. What did he hit it on?
Just on the ground.
Okay. How did it start bleeding?
It's just started bleeding.
Can you show me like what side of his head? Do you remember what side of his head it was?
I don't remember exactly what side of the head it was, but it's starting to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Okay, so
this bitch has her son's blood on her feet. She's telling a cop how he hit his head on the ground, but she putting a hood on. So her hair, her greasy hair, which is she looks like Ralph Macchio there. Her greasy ass hair, which the rain would dribble right off anyways, won't get wet.
You don't, what time did it occur today?
Just like early, like at 10, 11.
10 or 11, okay. Do you know what time it is now?
It's already 6:30, or about to be 7.
So how long were you guys at the hospital?
We were only there for a little bit. I don't even think he got checked. We got there and, but I didn't wait enough for him to get checked out, so.
So he didn't actually go back and get checked. Gotcha. Did you actually go inside and check him in? Okay. And then did you tell him you were leaving, or did you did? Okay, you just said he's not going to be seen and left?
Yeah.
Okay, and how was he acting?
He's okay.
Yeah.
What happened to him when he fell?
Nothing, he just cried.
Just cried? Just...
Let's pause the story of Ariel Garcia for a second to thank Morgan and...
Whoa, she looks like a penguin. Listen, what the fuck is she... What is she doing? Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what happens with this.
That doesn't seem to clear her head when she's asked key pieces of information.
Do you remember when you walked in? Like, can you describe to me when you walked in what it looked like?
Just the hospital. Just the hospital.
Okay, but can you describe, like, when you walk in the door, where was the check-in?
In the front, like I walked in, as soon as I walked in, the front desk was checked in right there, and I said my son had to be seen for something, and then his name and everything.
Okay.
And
you're going like this, so you wrote it down, or was that like a check-in thing? Or?
There was a check, all right, but I think they checked me in. No,
okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't write anything on there? Okay. Have you been there before?
No.
No, that was your first time?
That was my first time.
When you checked into the desk, was it just an open desk, or
just an open
was
desk.
It behind did they have like a glass wall, or?
Just an open desk.
Okay. Was there a lot of people in there? Yeah. That's why you didn't want to wait, because it was too long. Do you think he needed stitches or anything?
No, he's fine.
Okay, you didn't remember where his injury was? Is it front, side, back? Do you remember?
It's the side. It was the side.
Definitely one of the sides that you recall?
The front, yeah.
Okay, front. You're kind of pointing above the eyebrow? Okay. I'm not sure she needs it. I might just take her phone. She's got some specs on her shirt. She's got blood on her shoes. She's not really making sense.
Jeanette then asks what happens if investigators can't find Ariel.
So if you guys don't locate my son, what's gonna happen?
That's what we're working on at the moment.
Why do you think they won't be able to locate him? I mean, if you got the address to where he can be.
Because I don't know, I'm just saying if you guys are not able to find him, what can happen?
What it's looking like right now is that we're gonna need to stay with you until we find him. Because it sounds like you said you know where he is, you know where you left him.
Right.
So it shouldn't be an issue, right? Should be able to locate him? Okay, so that's what we just need to stay with you until we locate him.
Okay.
The sheriff's deputies then asked to take Jeanette to the precinct. She's hesitant at first, but she agrees when she learns there'll be coffee.
Because it's raining and it's cold and I'm shivering. And we're gonna be with you, I think, for a little bit. Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
We're gonna be with you for a little bit. Would you mind? We have a precinct right up the road. It's comfortable and dry that we can all sit in so we can chat. So we're all out of the rain. Would that be okay?
Where is it?
It's right on the fairgrounds.
Yeah,
Okay.
just on 179th.
Yeah.
And then we can give you a ride back and all of that if that's okay.
Can I get a coffee from here before we
We
go?
got coffee there.
We have coffee.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, we got
Yeah,
coffee.
we can give you coffee.
Can you grab that seatbelt around the backside?
And then the only other thing too, when he travels, I just gotta put your purse on the front seat.
Okay, let's go.
He's not gonna get into it, but we don't like bags where we can't see them and stuff.
No
you know? Thank you.
Rules that make us go by.
So that way we can all be dry and comfortable and sit, and you can get
You'll
some
never
coffee.
see that purse again.
I think I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I can stop and get her a coffee or something.
Body camera video from another first responder shows interviews with witnesses who knew Jeanette from the rehab center.
Saw her today, and she looked pretty out of it. I mean, she had her haircut, like Britney Spears kind of thing, went crazy because she used to have long, big black hair, And Daniel told me that her mom was calling because they can't find her son. And her mom went to her house and saw blood. I don't know how dramatic it was, but saw blood. I don't know where, but she saw blood. Okay. And they can't find her son. And then she's over here, and Daniel, my brother, where's your son? He's with my mom. And her mom's calling over here saying he can't find her son. I mean, there's a bad connection there. I don't know if she's lying, crazy. I don't know. That's the situation from what I know.
The witness says Jeanette seemed off.
How was her behavior?
Drastically different, because she was always bubbly and loud and had this big, great laugh, kind of really annoying laugh, and talking to everybody. And she was just kind of with her hands in her pockets and quiet. And
The man also discusses Jeanette's parents, who initially reported Ariel missing.
What prompted the call for police to show up as unwanted or?
Because she's been problematic, I guess. And my brother I don't know if my dad told him to get this girl out of here, because she just kind of caught. Last time she was here, she fought with one of the women here.
Okay.
She's kind of just problematic, We try to help people, but there's just a certain point where we can't help people and you gotta go.
It's more disruptive than
Exactly.
productive. Okay. Was she? Do you know if she was being disruptive today or causing any issues?
That's what I mean. It was kind of drastically different. She just kind of quiet and went sat in a chair and didn't talk to nobody.
Okay, just based on history, didn't want anything developing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what chair she sat in?
I'm sorry?
Where did she sit down at?
She sat down in one of these chairs over here. I can show you which one.
Inside or outside?
No, inside.
Okay.
That's where we have our meeting room.
She didn't talk to anybody at all?
I mean, a little chit chat saying hi and I'm back kind of thing. And everybody kind of just gave her the cold shoulder because, you know, nobody wants to deal with her.
Louise, my dad actually talked to her mom and told her mom that she needed to probably find her daughter like special help, like a psychiatrist or something like that. Because her problem was beyond just drugs and alcohol now. It was like her mind was there sometimes and it wasn't. So we told her to come actually get her and find her like a special help. And that's the last time we heard from her.
Thank you, Helen.
The next video we see of Jeanette is at the precinct, alone in an interview room.
We ordered food earlier. Do you want some tacos and stuff? Do you want me to get you some water with them? Okay. Do you like ice in it or no? No ice. Okay. Very much.
Soon, Jeanette is told she's headed to jail.
So I think Tanya, Detective Johnson had told you that you're going to go to jail tonight. I want to take a picture of your hands because you had said you had hurt your nail or broke your nail or something. So I'm going to get a good picture. Which one were you talking about? Do you remember?
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, I'll just take a picture.
Positive Thinker Helen has
hold on.
just donated $3. Best channel ever. 2 hearts. Positive Thinker Helen has just donated $3. Best channel ever. 2 hearts.
Turn over that. Do you have any other injuries on your hands or anything? Okay. All right.
Yeah, just one.
Janet, these are going to go with you. This is the search warrant for your cell phone that we wrote, and then this is your citation for making false statements to public service. So these will go with you and go in your property with the jail. Okay. I'm going to just search you real quick. Okay. So go ahead and turn around, face the door for me. Spread your legs for me.
Nothing else in your pockets or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right?
Yeah. Janet, these are going to go with you. This is the search warrant for your cell phone that we wrote, and then this is your citation for making false statements to public service. So these will go with you and go in your property with the jail. Okay. I'm going to just search you real quick. Okay. So go ahead and turn around, face the door for me. Spread your legs for me.
Nothing else in your pockets or anything? Okay.
I don't think they know yet. Mm-mm. I don't think they know. I mean, they know there's blood and stuff, but I'm not really 100% sure.
That's it?
One day after Jeanette was taken into police custody, Ariel's body was recovered, several hours south of where he was last seen. Jeanette was charged with first-degree murder, domestic violence with a deadly weapon, and aggravated domestic violence with the circumstance of a vulnerable victim. She's pleaded not guilty to all these charges and is due back in court in August.
So she's back in court in August. Yeah, they found the child the next day deceased. Aw, well, Karen, I'm glad you're here. I really am. So, yeah, we're just waiting on Daybell and to see if they come back today. We are actually live again at 7. What's this? Women scams Renaissance. Iceland volcano. Isn't that where Asa Ellerup is from? Let's put her there. Can we put her there? What? 3 minutes ago in Boston.
Why was he out? Why was he out?
Outrage in Acton after a 16-year-old girl was shot to death by her stepfather, who then turned the gun on himself. The bodies found yesterday afternoon in a vehicle in Acton in the parking lot near the girl's home. Giuliano Santana was set to stand trial in July on child rape charges. Malden police arrested him 3 years ago when his stepdaughter came forward and detailed to investigators.
OMG. Y'all, we need to listen to this in regular slow motion. This is a case where a stepfather was accused of child rape. Okay? And he unalived the child because she told, and then himself. Think about people who are selfish, who just unalive the child so they can't talk, and then save their own ass or try to.
Why was he out? Why was he out?
Outrage in Acton after a 16-year-old girl was shot to death by her stepfather, who then turned the gun on himself. The bodies found yesterday afternoon in a vehicle in Acton in the parking lot near the girl's home. Giuliano Santana was set to stand trial in July on child rape charges. Malden police arrested him 3 years ago when his stepdaughter came forward and detailed to investigators multiple sexual assaults in the home where they once lived.
It's obviously an unthinkable tragedy that we would never have anticipated coming to our community.
Santana was out on $30,000 bail with a GPS monitoring bracelet and an active restraining order to stay away from the girl. The DA's office says yesterday Santana abducted her as she walked home from school in Acton.
It's tragic what happened to her, and I think it's ridiculous that this has continued for 3 years without a trial, and he's been at large with an ankle bracelet.
She didn't deserve that. She did everything that was right to do. She spoke up. She asked for help. And this is how it ends.
The young girl was a student at the Acton-Boxborough Regional High School. The superintendent says they are heartbroken about this tragedy.
Unbelievable. Why are these people let out? Why? I mean, all we sit here and have done is scroll YouTube. And we find these nasty stories happening all the time. Why? That was 3 minutes ago. Ex-Scrubs producer? Serial rapist? I mean, what is going on? It's nuts. Oh, listen to this.
It was 22 years ago when Oakley police say a teenage girl was out walking her dog on a trail near what is now Laurel Road and Main Street. She was approached by a man who got out of a car, pointed a gun at her, and ordered her into the back seat.
The man drove her away to another part here in Oakley, and I'm not sure where that was. But when they got there, he ordered her at gunpoint to perform sexual acts.
Oakley Police Chief Paul Beard says she is
Delphi vibes. Delphi vibes on that one. A gun, held a gun, made them do things. Oh my God.
She escaped, ran to a nearby house, and called police. Investigators took a DNA swab from the victim. The results were uploaded to a national database of other DNA profiles called CODIS, with no hits for decades.
These profiles lie, I would say they lie dormant or just waiting for something to be matched up to them.
2 decades passed without any leads. Then detectives learned of a possible DNA match 2 years ago. That led them to 49-year-old Eric Ferguson of northern Idaho. The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office says they got his DNA swab when he was arrested for a DUI.
It kind of gave them the tip, but we needed to get it directly under a search warrant from his body. And so it really got the investigation going again for them.
Beard says 2 years later, 2 of his newer detectives got a search warrant to do their own DNA swab to confirm the match. They hopped on a plane, and with the help of 3 other agencies, they got a fresh DNA sample from Ferguson. They flew it back to California and confirmed a match.
They notified us, and we assembled our joint task force SWAT team with the City of Coeur d'Alene Police, and we executed that warrant for his arrest. He surrendered right away.
Charging documents from the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office show the victim was under the age of 14 at the time of the rape.
Jesus.
Her age allows prosecutors to charge the suspect with a sentencing enhancement that removes the statute of limitations and makes Ferguson eligible for life in prison if he is convicted.
I'm very hopeful that this development provides some resolve for our victim.
Monica coming in hot.
Going through life without having that kind of resolve. So I'm hoping that we can get that for her.
Ferguson is expected to be arraigned in court in Contra Costa County on June 6th. In Oakley, Lena Howland, ABC 7 News.
No, they have not reached a sentence yet. Not yet. Not yet. We're just watching updates on other stories while we wait. I am going to get up, though, because my dinner, I got to go eat dinner. So, what I'm going to do, let me find something here. I'm going to play something so we can eat dinner and watch together. How about that? Everybody eat dinner together tonight on Friday. Let's see what we've got here.
I believe so.
What? Oh, shit. I was playing a video. I'm like, dude, I do not have anybody on panel. Who's just talking? That freaked me the hell out. Let's see. I'm just looking for a video I can play that's Daybell related. I have so many videos here. I'm scrolling through. There's 106. I'm going back in the archives. But I don't want to play something too long. Hold on. Oh, did I just see some action here? Did you guys see that, or was that just me? Did that just blink? Let's see what this is. This is about Alex.
Went as any move can be expected. Has been released. So let's see who we've got here. Shell is our only mod. Thank you, Shell.
Shell. Coming in hot.
My move went as any move can be expected. It sucked. I hate moving. I hate it. But everything's here. everything's getting put away where it should go.
May 8th,
and the best part of it
2020.
is
May
I'm
8th,
about a 4-minute
2020.
walk to the beach. And I have to admit, I haven't even been there yet. But yes, let's move on. Let's move on to Alex. We have 100 in chat now. And yes, Angel, I moved again. But not too far, only closer to the beach. Maybe 15, 20 minutes from where I was. So it wasn't a huge move, but nonetheless a move where you got to move all your shit. And it's a pain, right? So, it's over and we're getting settled. But now we have Mr. Alex Cox. And that's what I want to talk about. Let me pull up. We don't have the autopsy yet. We don't have the autopsy. All we have is just this cause of death from the medical examiner. So if we look at this document here, let me make sure you guys can see it good. Yes. Annie says, pass the sanitizer.
Annie, OG.
Yes, Alex. Okay, yes, that's a great reminder. Brenda. Thank you, Brenda. Alex Cox had just gotten married before he passed away. But surprisingly enough, and I have to say I'm surprised, what we see is the date of death of 12/12/2019, which we all knew. The manner of death is natural. Now, does this mean that Miss Lori had nothing to do with Alex's death? Are we going to agree with this? Are we going to question? I mean, are there going to be people who are saying maybe this isn't, maybe there's more to it, so here, let's look at page 2, because that will explain what I'm talking about. So page 2 of this document says that the primary cause of death, and I can't pronounce this, bilateral pulmonary thromboemboli. I'm not even going to try, but you get it. Contributory cause of death, you see that there, atherosclerotic and hypersensitive cardiovascular disease. So they're saying that Alex basically had a blood clot in his lung. This is basically what it means. He had a blood clot in his lung, and they are saying that high blood pressure contributed to the blood clot. So, I mean, take it for what it's worth. Yes, Michelle Anderson, pulmonary embolism. So that's kind of what I was thinking, Angel, is this going to still raise questions with people? Are they still going to think that possibly Lori had something to do with the death of Alex? I mean, you guys be the judge. We're getting little bits and pieces as we go. And Be Real just said that Alex is cremated, so it's a done deal. Wow. So Alex had high blood pressure. I'd be curious to know if Alex, had this diagnosed through a doctor. We're still waiting for the autopsy results, so we will probably get more info from the autopsy if it's released. And also, I will try to get that if it is. Also, your boy Justin's going to get it. Justin Lum's going to have all of this. This is his stuff. He got this, and he broke this about 30 minutes ago. But yes, Tammy Daybell, we're still waiting on her autopsy from when she was exhumed. And I feel like that's going to take quite some time. I'm not sure, if they've given any kind of a time frame on how long it takes after you exhume someone. How long does that take? I mean, what's the process in determining a cause of death? I can't imagine that that's a very quick process. A long time ago, when I first started my channel, I had I think it was a funeral director or a mortician who used to come into my lives. And I would love to hear her opinion right now, but I don't know if she's still around. This is not the autopsy. This is just the medical examiner's release of the cause of death. So take it for what it's worth. The autopsy has not been released, or maybe not completed yet. Jay, what did you think of Lori's sister and mom's interview snippet from tonight's Dateline? It's not Dateline. Isn't it 48 Hours? But that's on tonight. What a great reminder. Thank you for reminding me. I thought that was actually on tomorrow. Today's Friday. You guys correct me here. I thought it was 48 Hours or something like that, and it was on Saturday. Hi, Misty. So what does everybody think of this? What were you thinking before you found out how Alex died? And what are you thinking now that you see that the medical examiner said that he died of natural causes? What's your opinion on this? I have to say, I'm kind of shocked. Not shocked. I mean, natural can be a lot of things. A lot of things can appear natural, but a blood clot, I don't think you can. I mean, how would you kill someone and make it look like a blood clot? That I don't know. But all that we know right now is that Alex Cox died of natural causes from a blood clot in his lung due to super high blood pressure. I don't know what Alex's lifestyle was, if he was fit, if he, I don't know. Crystal says she thought he was murdered. Well, I think, yes, a lot of you are still suspicious. But the way the guy called in 911, good point. Good point. Forgot about that 911 call. I think we should play that again. I think that's going to be interesting to listen to now. All right, so here is
911.
All right, so here is, nope, this is Charles Vallo's call. We need Alex Cox. All right, here we go. All right, so I have to tell you guys that this audio, oh wait, hold on. All right, here we go. Never mind. Sorry, I'm all over the place, you guys. I apologize. All right, I'm going to mute and we're going to listen to this call again. Now, this call, I believe, is his wife's son, Alex Cox's wife's son, called 911. I believe he's 25 years old. And this is the 911 call when he found Alex Cox dead.
Where's your emergency?
I need an ambulance to. Yes.
Why do you need an ambulance?
I have a older male, a middle-aged male.
He is breathing?
Yes, he's breathing, but very, very highly breathing.
Okay, let me transfer you the message, or the medics. Do not hang up. Okay. Is this due to a fire and medical? What is the address of your emergency? Over with it. Caller, are you on the line? Hello, is there anyone there?
Yes, this is.
Okay, you're at for.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what is the emergency?
I have a older male here named Alex. He just passed out here on my bathroom.
Okay, is he awake right now?
I think he's passed out.
Okay, you think he's unconscious?
Yes.
Okay, is he breathing normally, like you can see his chest rising and falling? Hello?
I hope so.
I have the paramedics on the way, but I need you to try to help me with some information while they're driving there to help him. Okay?
Okay.
How old is he?
He seems to be in his 40s.
Okay. Do you know him?
No, it's my mother's boyfriend.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay. I have the paramedics on the way, so he's in the restroom right now.
Okay.
Gilbert, can we get you started? I'm already en route. All right, thank you. Okay, is he on his back or on his stomach? Where is he at?
He's on his side.
Okay. Can you lay him flat on his back on the ground?
This kid's like, no.
I'll try. It's just there's feces there, and I'm trying to just keep cool right now.
You said he's what?
There's feces on the ground.
Okay. I know that's gross, but if we can just go ahead and get him flat on his back, I want to make sure he's breathing, because if he's not, we're going to do a few things.
Gotcha.
Did you say he's cool, like cold?
Alex. Alex, you gotta get you on your back.
Does he seem more awake or more asleep?
He's more passed out.
Okay, is he opening his eyes or moving at all?
He's breathing.
Okay, is he breathing normally, like his chest is rising and falling? He's not making any weird sounds?
Yeah, he's making a very exhale sound like.
Okay, if he's doing that, we need to start CPR, so I need you to get him flat on his back on the ground.
Okay, I'll do that.
Let me know when he's flat on his back, and we're going to give you instructions, okay?
Okay.
What is your first name?
I don't think I could do that, man.
I know this is difficult, but you're only helping him, okay? I know, the
I don't
paramedic.
think I could
What
do
is
it.
your
I have
name?
anxiety and depression.
Okay, what's your
Anxiety
name?
and depression. I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
Joseph? Okay, Joseph. The best thing for us to do for him right now is to so if you'll just take I know it's not ideal, but you're doing a really good job by helping him if you can do that, okay?
Oh. Alex. Alex. He's not breathing.
Y'all, was that like was that like Alex's last breath that we just heard? That was freaking weird.
I know it's not ideal, but you're doing a really good job by helping him if you can do that, okay?
Oh. Alex.
Did y'all hear that?
Alex. He's not breathing. No. No, he's too big.
Okay, just try to get him on his back so we can do chest compression.
My mother just got here.
Okay, give her the phone then. So, did she say the mother just got there? Yeah.
Come here.
And we're coming on Mineral right now. We're almost there.
It's really bad. Come upstairs. In the bathroom. We need to get him on his back.
Can you put your mom on the phone?
She's right here. You're on speaker.
Okay, ma'am, the paramedics are pulling up, but in the meantime, we need him to get flat on his back, and we need to give him chest compressions, okay?
Chest compression. Wait. But
does she know how to do CPR?
Yes. She knows how.
Okay.
How far are you?
We're pulling up out front right now, so they're grabbing their equipment and they're coming in. Are you on the first floor or the second?
We're on the second floor.
Second floor in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, and the door is unlocked?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the paramedics now?
Yes.
Okay, Joseph, you did a good job. I know that was really scary, but thank you for your help, okay?
Joseph, before you hang up, I need your last name. Joseph, let the paramedics do their business and tell me what your last name is.
Lopez.
Joseph, what's your last name?
Lopez.
Okay. And what's your date of birth, Joseph? Alex's last name.
I don't know.
You don't know his name?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you let the officer in?
Yeah.
He doesn't know Alex's last name. Do you want to know why? Alex took her name.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to let you go. Bye-bye.
December.
Okay, so yeah, it's a very odd call. I just really don't know, this kid's history. I don't know anything about him to judge his reaction. I think he said when the 911 operator thought that he said that Alex was cold, I think he said, there's feces there and I'm just trying to stay cool right now. And I think that he meant like he was trying not to probably freak out or grow up or something along those lines. And she was like, oh, he's cold. And I don't think she understood what he said at that moment. But nonetheless, Alex was in the bathroom and he wasn't breathing. It sounds like when the kid first called that he was breathing though. So this kid didn't know that his mom and Alex were married. That was another thing. Thank you, Angel, for becoming a member. I just saw that. Thank you so much. Wonder what he took to the grave with him. It sounds like Alex took a lot to the grave with him. And I think that him and Lori had some shenanigans, that they probably had some pretty wild stories together from what it sounds like. I do have the official medical examiner's report to pull up. Give me a second here. I know somebody, Be Real, was asking about this. How do I not have the autopsy? The autopsy report hasn't been released. So I only have what's been released, and that is the medical examiner's report, which basically states the cause of death. And I'll show you that in just a second. I'm pulling it up. I don't know, that 911 call is just bizarre to me. This whole case is just so bizarre. I guess the whole freaking case. All right, so can I drag this? Hear that, Shell? That's the sound of me moving and can't find my mouse pad. Hardy har. Okay, right now. And thank you to Mr. Justin Lum. Man, this guy, he's on it. You know what? He has done an amazing job reporting on this case. And I would love to interview Justin Lum. Somebody actually messaged me not too long ago, I think it was yesterday, and, you know, kind of brought up how cool that would be to hear from Justin Lum in an interview. So I guess if anybody's got the hookup for Justin Lum, set it up for me. I'm kidding. Get me off here. Sometimes iMessages trip me up. All right. All right. Sorry about that, you guys. Still trying to get this up here because this shows it's signed by the medical examiner. And somebody said they're not a PhD. The medical examiner that signed this is a DO, is a doctor. I don't know why I can't get this document to save. Oh, here we go. Y'all, I'm a little rusty. I've been away for too long. I've been away from you guys for, gosh, almost 2 weeks. Seems like an eternity. All right, here we go. Finally. All right, so this is the medical examiner report for Alex Cox. It's Maricopa County, Office of the Medical Examiner, 701 West Jefferson Street, Phoenix, Arizona, 85007. Medical examiner report. Alexander Lamar Cox. Date of examination was 2 days after he died on the 14th of December 2019 at 8:07 a.m. Detective Ryan Pillar and Nolan McDermott from the Gilbert Police Department were present, as well as FBI agent Carrie Cooper. Cause of death is bilateral pulmonary thromboemboli. I'm not going to say that again, but it's the same thing that was on the other document. Dated 5/8/2020, Leslie E. Wallace, DO, medical examiner. This was released. So there you have it, folks. Alex Cox died of natural causes. Wow, really? Kabika is so annoying listening to really? Well, thank you for your input. Thank you, Shel.
Haters gonna hate. No, it's all right, Monica.
I want to see Tammy's as well. So, Dee, how do you know that Alex had hypertension?
I know there's two of us. You want one, Jennifer, or two?
Where have you seen that reported? Thank you, Christy.
Y'all.
Yeah, where are the kids?
I think he was. Let me look it up.
Julie,
I don't
just
remember
Julie
now.
says, yes, I am just want to focus on children in the future. I pray they are alive, but do not think so. Angel says, well, hell, you would have thought he had high blood pressure when he killed Charles.
Right.
You heard he had asthma on Law and Crime TV? Yeah, I know hypertension. I know what hypertension is. I'm just saying, was he diagnosed with it? Did he know he had hypertension? That's what I'm saying. Kristen Miranda says, come on, he was knocked off by Chad and Lori. You know, I just think that, you know, people are still going to speculate. I really do. But nonetheless, this is the report that has been released.
Oh, man. He was cremated.
Take it for what it's worth, you guys. And I'll keep you updated if I hear anything else, of course.
All right. So that was my video from 4 years ago. Trolls never stop. You know, they are always going to be there. They've always been there. It doesn't change. He was cremated. Yes, I just looked it up. He was. So there was no exhuming of his body. They made sure that he was going to be the fall guy. And that he could not leave behind anything. Wow. I mean, that is some evil, evil shit right there. And they still got busted.
The devil is dancing tonight.
All right. Well, I don't know if they're going to come back today or not, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to conclude the stream right now. And then while we're live at 7 in like a half an hour, thank you, Sassy Hound. I appreciate you. Thank you, Monica. I appreciate that as well. We'll be back at 7 and we will keep our eye on this. If something happens between now and 7, I'll come back, but we're going to roll this up, man. It's been 8 freaking hours of ridiculous waiting on Daybell. So we're going to be analyzing the Proudfoots tonight. So let's run our credits. I'll see you guys in about a half an hour. You bet your sweet blippy. I'll see you in just a little bit. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
You and your problems, I don't give a damn. You talk way too much, I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be, you wanna be with me. You
look, that dang old internet, man. Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
You're making plans. I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping. Bring it all in. Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses.
One Jennifer or two?
Bye, Jennifer.